Well, welcome everyone to the very first virtual EX Summit. So please be patient if we have any technological issues. Please play with us as we go along. You never know exactly what's going to happen with technology. But I'm very excited to spend a few hours with you this morning. And with everything that is going on, all the shit that has happened over the past few months in our lives, we're here because we really want to shake things up in the world of HR, company culture, talent acquisition, in order to create positive employee experiences in our organizations. So for those who are sitting, I want you to stand up, right? And let's do 3 to 5 jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And while you're doing so, you say, shake up my thinking, shake up my thinking. Consider this event as an e-espresso shot of HR disruption. And it is time we seriously talk about the employee experience more than ever. Now, as you've probably seen, the HR function is going through a very similar transformation than the marketing function went through 10, 15 years ago. So if you were to redefine or rename what HR means, it doesn't have to be one of those 6. What would it be? Use the Q&A or the chat feature to provide any of your answers. And we'll see what people come up with. Right, anyone? HR? Human reconnection. Okay, what else? Go for it. Another human reconnection. Awesome. So I'm not asking you here if you get along with your ex-husband or ex-wife, but rather if you get along with the employee experience in your organization as a leader and as an employee. I launched the EX Summits and the EX podcast because I believe that companies have to think of themselves as employment brands if they hope to attract and retain talents. Now, I don't pretend to hold the truth, and you may actually disagree with my thinking, and that's okay, I won't get upset. Through all my research and through all the interviews that I've conducted with many organizations, the thing is, there is not one single recipe to the employee experience. Each company is different, and what Airbnb or Salesforce do for their own organizations may simply not be applicable to your own organization. What is important, though, is to be exposed to new ideas, to take in practical insights and the best practices and see what could be applicable to your own organization. EX is all about being agile, being vulnerable and open to failure by experimenting, iterating, testing again until you see what works for your company. Now, let me ask you one single question. Are you excited every single morning to get up and go to work? And what about your employees? Now, I'll talk about me personally. The company I work for, Life Guides, has a very bold mission, which is to reduce the suffering of 1 billion people by the next 15 years. It's pretty energizing to get up every morning and work towards that purpose and that mission, even though we have lows and highs as any startup or any company. But at least that is a true driver. Now, when you think about it, 30% of the global workforce feel engaged at work. Only 30%. That means for the other 70%, well, work kind of sucks, what we just showed earlier. And an actively disengaged employee costs their organization $3,400 for every $10,000 of salary. Now, you multiply this by 70% of your workforce that is disengaged at some level or another, and that is a lot of money that is wasted. Now, we all get it. Engaged employees are good for business. But the question is, why aren't we acting on it? Now, EX is a bit like sex among teenagers. Everybody's talking about it, but only a very few actually doing it and doing it right. And we know that engaged employees foster innovation, they deliver higher customer service, they bring creativity to your organization. In other words, they are productive. Now, according to Jacob Morgan, companies that invest in the employee experience outperform those that don't. They're 4 times as more profitable, according to his analysis of 250 organizations. Now, my belief is that the next 10, 15 years will be all about the employee experience, and we're already starting this journey, as the past 10, 15 years have been all about the customer experience. And why? Well, simply as Richard Branson says it, your employees are your company's real competitive advantage. They are the ones making the magic happen, so long as their needs are being met. And that is probably the most important part of his quote. It is so long as their needs are being met. Now, when you think about it, the mapping and the implementation of the customer experience have given organizations the benefits of better understanding and addressing their customers' pain points. In return, those organizations have seen an increase in customer engagement, customer retention, and customer advocacy. Now, the mapping and the implementation of the customer experience have also given the organizations the opportunity to engage with their customers on a more personal level, either by providing different services or products to address the needs of different market segments, but also through the usage of different communication channels to deliver the right message to the right audience at the right time. And I really believe in my core that organizations can accomplish the same by understanding and mapping out their employees' pain points and designing a strategy to engage those employees. Now, the EX Summit brings a different lens to the company culture and to the employee experience by providing more of a brand and customer experience perspective rather than a traditional HR perspective. Now, I'm not saying that HR shouldn't be part of the EX, but HR shouldn't drive it, at least not alone. Now, in many organizations, unfortunately, human resources exist to police and protect the organization itself, not to ensure that employees are happy and engaged at work. And building a positive employee experience should be a collective effort between HR, marketing, customer experience, IT, operations, recruiting, and of course, leadership. Now, let me share with you some thoughts about what some leading EX companies are doing in their organizations. Companies focus on their customer journey, drawing roadmaps to better identify how their customers interact with their brands, meaning their customer pain points. But do they really try to map out and understand what the employee journey is about? Companies design spaces to deliver unparalleled customer experiences. Think of sports venues or concert venues, or even some very experiential retail spaces. But do they really design spaces to deliver positive employee experiences? Companies focus on customer retention. Do they really focus on employee retention? Companies invest time and resources in customer research and segmentation, but they don't spend time and resources on employee research and segmentation. Companies offer different services and products to address the needs of different market segments, but do they really address the needs of different employee demographics and different employee groups? Companies have tools to track, monitor, analyze customer behaviors, satisfaction, engagement, but they lack of tools, or they don't use tools to track, monitor, and analyze employee behaviors, satisfaction, and engagement. Now, you don't own your customers. You have to earn their trust. You have to nurture that trust in that relationship. And the same goes with the employees. You have to earn their trust. You have to earn their commitments. And you have to keep them engaged. First of all, you don't own them, and they're not assets, like many people do say. They are your competitive advantage, as Sir Richard Branson said, as long as you keep them engaged and motivated. And that's the key. It's never one. It's never one. It's a continuous process of building that trust and that relationship. Now it is time we bring the F words back to the workplace. Yes, we need to funk up the way we think about company culture, employer branding, and employee engagement. Now, employees want to have fun in the workplace. They want to work with workers. They really want to have a blast in what they do, right? Because when they do have fun in what they do, when they have fun showing up at work, and they have a sense of accomplishment and a sense of purpose, they are much more productive and they will stay longer within your organization. But employees also want to get great feedback, not criticism, but constructive feedback. They want to be able to grow personally and collectively. They also want the freedom. No, we're no longer in a classroom. No, we're all adults in a workspace. So why should we have all those very stringent processes and policies in place when people really are striving for freedom? And finally, COVID has showed us more than any time before that they want flexibility. Addressing the employees inside and outside of work and the employee well-being and emotional well-being is the most important thing of all. So I've been talking about EX for quite some time, but what is really EX? So according to Wikipedia, along with the notion of the experience economy, employee experience is defined as what an employer receives during the interaction with various elements, blah, 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 blah. I don't know about you, but this doesn't appeal to me at all. So I propose a more realistic and more pragmatic definition. EX is the employee's perception of everything that happens when they interact with your company, from the recruiting, interviewing process, recruiting to onboarding, to their personal growth and professional growth within the company, to the time they leave, or even after, when they leave the company. The EX should be designed around moments that matter, not to your organization, but to your employees. Try to think of what's in it for me from an employee perspective. Put yourself as a leader into your employee's shoes to really understand what matters to them, not to you as a leader. The EX is the sum of all the impressions that you leave as an organization on your people throughout the entire journey, from the time they apply to the time they leave the company. And finally, EX is about winning the hearts and the minds of your employees. It's about moving from efficiency-driven processes to curating great employee experiences. Now, according to L.C. Tanner, here are the 6 elements of the company culture. And I really want you to think through those elements. It doesn't have to be those are the 6 fixed elements. It can vary from one company to another, but at least it's a good compass or indication on how you can really define what your company culture is about. A sense of purpose, sense of opportunity, collectively and individually, celebration of success, appreciation for what people bring to your organization every single day, not just your employees, but every single stakeholder. Making sure that you address the well-being of your people, and how leadership carries those values day after day after day. Now, the foundation of all those elements that I've covered is the understanding of the employee's needs, behaviors, aspirations, motivations, and motivators. In other words, it's the people analytics, it's the employee data and measurement. We have to be human-centered in order to redefine the workplace of tomorrow. So what's at stake? I'm sure that many of you have seen the Gallup survey, but 33% of the US 100 million workers are only engaged at work, only 33%. On the other end of the spectrum, 20% are completely disengaged, meaning that they don't give a shit about their work. And in the middle, you have 50%, 50 million US workers who are not fully engaged, but not completely switched off either. They're just kind of there in that twilight zone of engagement. Now, there's not much companies can do for the 20% paycheck suckers who just show up at work because they just have to in order to collect their check. But where companies can really make a difference is by addressing the pain points of the 50% employees that are semi-engaged. That's really where they can make a big difference. Now, executives think culture and engagement are important, but yet very few are actively addressing it. And that's the biggest problem in the EX design and implementation. It is that employees are, leaders talk a lot about it, but they're actually not implementing it. So EX is and should be a priority, but it's also a formidable opportunity for companies to break down the silos between recruiting, HR, customer experience, marketing, operations, IT, etc. EX is it's a collaboration, it is innovation, and it is engagement. And you have to bring the employees inside to really design the employee experience for them, but with them. So I want you to think of those three main questions throughout the day after this event. The first question is, what does your employer brand stand for? It's part of the values. I'm not talking about the values on the wall or the values on the deck, but how does your company, how do your leaders and everybody in your organization bring those values to life every single minute of the day? Again, moving from the intention to the action and the execution. Second question is, what's your employee value proposition? What is it for me as an employee that really compels me to come work for your organization or to stay with the organization? And what is your employee experience like? So the EX Summit is all about sharing practical insights and best practices from winning companies, because you certainly don't want your mission, vision, values end up in the cemetery. Competition now is more about talents than it is about products. Again, your employees are your real competitive advantage. Leaders who don't care about the employees will eventually be surrounded by people who don't care about their business. It's as simple and as challenging as it is. If people don't believe in what you do, they will not be 100% engaged and committed. So let's do it. You can use the hashtag EXSummit and at EXSummit_summits. That's the Twitter handle. In order to stay in touch, you can follow future events on the exsummits.com website. You can listen to the EX podcast, where every month I interview EX leaders in many different areas. And we go much deeper than the EX Summit today into the EX conversation. And finally, if you're interested in reading my manifesto on the business to employee branding, you can find it at b2ebranding.co. Let's rehumanize the workplace together. Now, it's important that we support our employees inside and outside of work, and we need to put people first. So before I hand it over to Ken, I would like to thank our sponsors, Kincentric, and here we go, Kincentric, LifeTracks, and our community partners, Live Guides, LeadGen, and Best Companies AZ. Ken, are you with us? Ken, you with us? You're on mute. Here we go. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, so I have the pleasure to introduce Ken Oehler from Kincentric. Kincentric has done a very comprehensive and quite amazing study, a global study on the employee experience, and Ken is going to share with all of you today some of the findings and insights they collected throughout the study. Ken, it's all yours.
Terrific, thanks. It's great to be here, Stefan. It's certainly an exciting time for employee experience. I think you need to allow me to share my screen as well. Maybe while we do that, I'll just talk a little bit about Kincentric. So we are a Spencer Stewart company. Our mission is to unlock the power of people and teams, and we help organizations with organizational effectiveness focused on culture, engagement, employee experience, leadership development, and HR and talent strategy. We bring these things together to drive impact is really what we're all about. Let me try again to share my screen here.
You should be able to now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Print slideshow. Okay. So as you mentioned, I'll be sharing some results from our recent employee experience study that we concluded in May, June of this year, and what a year it's been. We went out, this is our third study on the employee experience. We received responses from over 800 HR professionals and executives from around the globe, 42 countries representing 10 million employees. So I'll be sharing a lot of data today. And if you want to learn more, please go to our website, Kincentric.com, and you can go to the Insights tab, and we have plenty of thought leadership there around all things around employee experience, leadership, culture, HR, talent strategy. So I want to quickly pick up on the definition of employee experience that Stefan, you shared. Completely agree with this concept of employee experience covering all aspects and events that impact an employee. We talk a lot about life cycle moments, and you see on the slide here a series of life cycle moments from the candidate experience, actually even before an employee joins the company, all the way to exit and alumni. People are still having impressions and interactions with the organizations even before and after they're officially an employee. Increasingly, we're seeing more and more moments come up around change events, around interactions with technology. But as you had mentioned, this is really in the eye of the employee, not necessarily according to what HR or the organization says the moments are that matter. And when we talk about employee experience, what we're finding more and more, and the number one thing from our study that participants said they would like to get out of the employee experience is to draw out and bring the organization purpose and culture to life. And this is really kind of an important concept, as you know, the interplay and the match between what the company wants and needs and what employees want and need. But starting with the employee, what we know about moments that matter is these are moments that inspire, elevate, connect, or remove friction. And that's a really good way to think about it from the employee perspective. And what we know is that organizations that are getting a lot of these moments right have much higher financial performance, plus 3 points EBITDA margin. And the companies that are getting a lot of these moments wrong are having poor financial performance, that it's actually creating damage, much like some of the statistics you shared, Stefan. So let's talk about what's been going on this year. It's hard to talk about employee experience without talking about COVID. COVID, if you think about that definition of employee experiences, moments that about change that either inspire, connect, remove friction, elevate, COVID qualifies. And what we've seen is employees have been going through a tremendous change with COVID, and what we saw is, early in the year, many employees were sort of, and companies were in a state of sort of disbelief. Is COVID real? Is it going to be a passing event? We saw this with many of our colleagues in China, where COVID really started. What we saw, and I'll share with you some data now we did many pulses with organizations, with employees. This represents over 250 companies that we did some pulsing around. And what we saw in the April-June period was that by and large, 80%, 8 out of 10 employees were having a pretty positive experience around well-being. We've seen this sort of pattern before during crises, during the financial crisis, that engagement perceptions were really high. We think that this has a lot to do with whether it's esprit de corps, or maybe a bit of denial or overconfidence, or people are just happy to have a job. That's one thing. One of the things we saw in our data, though, was that leaders were taking really extraordinary efforts to connect and show caring, and that was a big driver behind well-being. We also saw that as time has been going on, that these scores are falling, and likely many people are really struggling with stress. We're seeing ongoing pay cuts, downsizing. People are worried about family and childcare and homeschooling, and we think this will continue for a while, and things are going to probably get more difficult around the employee experience before employees can get on the other side of this. Now, if we look at what employers are saying, so back to the study with HR participants, we see that 8 out of 10 companies think that COVID can be a positive accelerant to the things that they've always wanted to do or already been working on around culture, talent, employee experience, leadership goals. We see that about 4 out of 10 say that they just expect to get through this and get back to normal. And we think this is probably a state of resistance or overconfidence or denial in their own change curve, that this is not likely to be true. About 7%, relatively small amount, said that they're just in a state of overwhelm and crisis management mode, something around the valley of despair. What's interesting is many organizations are saying they're either testing new programs or they're fully adopting new ways of thinking about employee experience and accelerating their employee experience. So positive signs that companies are reacting and moving through their own change curve rather quickly. One of the things that we've seen around the employee experience is a move to virtual work. So here's some data that we asked, what percent of your employees were virtual before, at the height of the crisis, and what percent do you expect after things smooth out? And we've done this study a few different times with different samples, and no matter which way you look at it, it sounds like, and it seems like, many employees will not go back into the office, or there will at least be some sort of hybrid virtual work experience. And that has huge implications on talent strategy, on leadership, on how people collaborate, productivity, the workspace design, the real estate footprint, and the overall employee experience. We know that the companies are saying we actually see a positive impact in virtual work on work-life balance and productivity. 4 out of 10 are saying that they expect a negative impact on personal connectivity. And when you think about that definition of what a great employee experience is, connection is really, really important. So it's going to be a risk to watch out for, and it's what most companies are really thinking about. So let's talk about what's next and what we see coming on the other side of COVID, when that will happen, which largely I think will be vaccine dependent. Our model of employee experience, we talk about 3 big areas to get this right. Strategy, which has a lot to do with thinking about connecting your talent strategy, understand and defining the cultural behaviors and the employee experience that you want to create. Continuous dialogue, which is about pulsing and feedback loops on how is that experience going and how do you take quick action. And then overall delivery, which is the most important part. What we see is that all these areas are on the rise. From the study we asked in 2019 to this year, efforts around strategy, continuous dialogue, and delivery have gone up. continuous dialogue being the part that's going up the most. Now, the extraordinary organizations within our sample, and these are the companies that are saying that they're doing these three areas well, and we'll make mention of these extraordinary companies a few times today. About 8 out of 10 of these extraordinary organizations are saying that they're actually delivering a differentiated and intentional employee experience, and that's really the most important part, is actually delivering a great employee experience that unlocks the power of people and teams and unlocks all that discretionary effort and energy and connects people to the purpose. The priorities that we see, top 5 priorities that we see in our data are on strategy, simply getting a strategy, getting an employee experience strategy, developing a change strategy, as this represents a pretty significant shift. Also developing a measurement strategy, a more robust and mature continuous dialogue strategy, not just more surveys. And then finally on delivery, and probably what we saw, the number one thing is developing manager capability and prioritizing the right program. So that, again, like you can have a strategy, you can do all the surveys you want, but unless you're ready to deliver and bring these elements of programs, systems, capability, and capacity together, it's going to be really difficult to actually deliver this differentiated employee experience. So quick true or false question. EX is about more frequent lifecycle pulsing, digital apps, and HR technology. So it's a bit of a trick question. That's false. The answer is 483. I'll get to why it's 483 in a second. So this concept of continuous dialogue is really important, and as the data showed, that is the area that has the highest increase in attention. More companies are doing more surveys, more pulses. The annual survey is dead and dying, dead and or dying. It is more common to do more frequent engagement surveys, life cycle pulses, crisis management, COVID pulsing, virtual work pulsing, more than once a year than annual or less. Engagement is still the most frequently measured concept, but we're seeing these targeted life cycle events really increasing in terms of how frequently they're being measured and how prevalent those metrics are in organizations. Now, these 4 that we're showing are the ones that are being asked more than once a year. Here's the challenge, though. Of the sample that we asked, only about 4 out of 10 say that they have a holistic understanding. They're doing surveys that give them a holistic understanding about the life cycle and the employee experience, or they trigger clear actions from specific action owners, or that these action owners have the capacity to take action more frequently. These extraordinary organizations are doing this much better. 7 out of 10 of them say that they're doing this pretty well. So let's talk about that 483. Getting to strategy. So backing up from continuous dialogue and more pulses. It's not just about doing more pulses or pulsing technology. You have to have a strategy. Now, this is a heat map that represents the intersection of moments that matter for segments that matter. And so there's 483 potential cells on this slide. And what the heat map is showing is from the responses from the survey, where most of the attention is. So the red represents that there's not a lot of attention on, say, alumni experiences for retirees. But there is a lot of attention to interactions with communications from senior leaders with high potentials. So let's zero in on this heat map in this area where most attention is being placed. So if we look at this and some of the changes from last year, and these are the extraordinary organizations, so a lot of future orientation on the segments within the company that are most important to the business and the talent strategy. So not surprisingly, you see high potentials, high performers, the leadership pipeline. What's interesting is the moments that matter. The number one moment that matters that we found in our data was interactions and communications with senior leaders about the purpose, about the strategy, about where the organization is going. And we certainly saw that during the height of the COVID crisis, in the beginning of the COVID crisis, when people were really concerned, and how important that was, that moment was for many, many employees. We also see some other things around performance management, training, onboarding. Highlighting some of the things here with the green dots. Now, these are some of the areas that we saw a significant increase in. So not surprisingly, essential workers, remote workers, the women and people of color being segments that had a really significant increase from what we saw in previous years. Not surprising, some of the things that are going on, and some of the moments that matter that really increased were this interaction with senior leaders, ability to balance work life, inclusion, well-being, IT systems. These things are all really being elevated. So this is the aspect of strategy that is so important, is to zero in on the moments that matter, the segments that matter. And again, this is data on average from extraordinary organizations, but this is going to be company specific. One bank we were talking to the other day was talking about their traders and when they can bring traders back on the floor. Did they do it too soon? And what was that experience like? Another organization in the beverage industry was talking about their frontline essential workers that have been there all along. They didn't have the option to go virtual, and their experience was one of safety and concern about their well-being, and they saw the absenteeism going through the roof, and how can they manage that experience better when it's all about safety and fear is at the core of the experience. So this concept is really critical to getting started and getting an employee experience strategy in place that will drive your measurement strategy, that will drive your delivery strategy. Now, finally, on delivery, what we're seeing, and this is by far the most important area, what we've seen in our research is that strategy and capability and capacity to take action are the top drivers of actually delivering a great employee experience. And again, doing more surveys and technology not being as high on the list. So here's some things about the combination of having a next HR organization, really rethinking how HR is run. We're seeing more and more organizations actually relabel their HR organization to the employee experience or colleague experience function, chief colleague experience officers. That's going on under American Express. We're seeing organizations, one organization that we've been working with talking about, they have 10 people within their HR organization that are solely dedicated to the employee experience, and they are thought of as integrators across the HR function. So what we found from our data was the areas that HR needs to focus on in the future will be around developing their HRBPs, the talent of the HRBPs around strategy, organizational effectiveness, talent, capability. Integration across HR function is critical to drive a coherent and differentiated employee experience, and agile HR program and tech design. Leaders are also critical. So we talk a lot about who owns the employee experience. The answer is a lot of people own it. It can't only be HR. It can't only be leadership. It's really when HR and leaders come together. We asked our sample, what are the most critical leadership behaviors for the future? And we saw the ability to inspire and engage, to empower people, to create emotional connection, very, very high on the top of the list. And then acting with agility and resilience being really important. Now, just want to draw out that 8 out of 10 of the extraordinary organizations say they're pretty good at this, at these areas of next HR and next leadership, and the average company, 4 out of 10 say they're very good at these things. And so there's significant opportunity for improvement here. The last thing I'll mention on this slide is how important agility is. So whether it's how HR is talking about what they need or what is needed from leadership, agility, the ability to have design thinking, to start with employees and to adjust quickly and have a never done mentality is going to be really, really critical. So just to wrap up quickly, some of the implications. first, and Stefan, you mentioned this, you have to start with the employee, starting with what they want. What are the moments that matter to them? What are the things that will unlock their motivation, their feelings of inclusion, safety, well-being, inspiration, elevation, connection, and what matters to them? You have to start there with the design thinking approaches. Building an EX strategy with a virtual talent lens. As we have seen, virtual is here to stay. It's probably going to increase. Many employees will not go back. This is going to be a critical part of the employee experience strategy. Measure more, faster, do it on repeat, do more pulses, but have better intent and better connection to the employee experience, the moments that matter, and the ability to actually take faster action on this. More surveys and generic surveys on repeat just cause confusion and overwhelm in the organization. Accelerating people-centric leadership is really critical. We've seen this at the beginning of the COVID crisis, and the data are very clear that these are the leadership behaviors of the future: having compassion, connection, empathy, understanding, empowerment, critical leadership behaviors that are here to stay. And I think, frankly, employees are not going to tolerate going back after what they've seen from leadership. Evolving the next HR organization. HR has to change, has to evolve from pushing programs out to the organization to becoming more integrated, to having design thinking elements, connections, and an outside-in approach to design and designing the employee experience for the future. Finally, I'll leave you with change is at the core of everything. Change is at the core of employee experience, and creating a great employee experience is, again, it's not just about doing more surveys or changing some things about your HR organization or leadership. This is full system change, and don't underestimate the need to get many stakeholders aligned, from the CEO down to frontline managers, down to every employee in the organization, and all of the various levers that you'll have to pull to create a great employee experience. The change is significant, and the companies that are doing it right are putting change management at the center of their efforts, and agile change management at the center of their efforts. Okay, so that's it. I'll take a pause, and Stefan, maybe I'll go back over to you for questions.
Yes, thank you, Ken. We do have a few questions. The first one: when did Kincentric gather the information about positive and neutral impact on productivity and engagement working virtually? We saw an initial lift, but now it has turned more negative, especially in productivity within our hourly population.
Yeah, so the data were gathered in the May and June period of this year, and just to clarify, the data that we shared was that people said that it was a positive to neutral experience on those areas, and I think you're right, and it's why we put the data in the context of the change curve, because I think that we have seen, and just to say, okay, well, we went virtual and it seemed like it worked pretty well, we're done, would be naive, I think, and so organizations will continue to have to lean into this. I think the biggest thing that we did, the biggest concern that we saw was the connection with leaders, connection to what the purpose of the organization is, connection with coworkers, connection with the manager in a virtual work setting, and then also well-being and stress from prolonged isolation with this prolonged uncertainty around COVID. It's really rather significant, and that can also have a play back into productivity. So it's certainly something to watch out, but the data is very fresh, but this is obviously a moving target that we're dealing with, and it's why our recommendation is to put virtual work right in the center of your talent strategy moving forward, because it's not as easy as just giving people Zoom and saying, you know, we're done. It's a very good insight.
It is. Another question, curious if the social injustice has had any impact on results of employees not happy after the April-May timeframe.
Yeah, I clearly the discussion around racial injustice and the terrible tragedy with George Floyd has created. I mean, this is bigger than the workplace. I mean, this is a social event that is happening for us, a social reckoning that we're having in this country, and frankly, it's going on around the globe. What we're seeing is clearly when we talk about moments that matter for segments that matter. And the silver lining is that I think it has forced a lot of organizations to think about diverse segments much more clearly and with much greater rigor about as segments that matter. And we know the data that it's more likely that women and people of color will be on the front line in essential jobs and what that means. And we know from our data that women took more of a brunt of the child care and the homeschooling and are continuing to do so while they're balancing job demands during this COVID situation. So all of these things have really pushed diversity and inclusion to the forefront. I don't think organizations have solved it yet, but I think the silver lining that I think I see at least is that companies are really getting much more serious about this as how is this playing out culturally in our organization, and how do we embed this in leadership behaviors in our talent strategy in much more significant ways than perhaps we've done in the past.
And last question for you, Ken. Can you please expand on the concept of ownership of the EX? I understand that it is shared, but perhaps you can share a few tangible examples.
Yeah, so we actually have this data. We asked the question previously in studies, who owns employee experience, and had the list between the CEO, senior leaders, HR, HRBPs, managers, employees, et cetera. And what we saw was that last year, by and large, people said HR owns employee experience. And we weren't totally satisfied with that answer because, one, we think it's not as simple as that. Just saying HR is not that simple because there's many different constituents within HR. So we asked it again this year around those three areas of who owns strategy, who owns measurement, and who owns delivery. And so what we found was strategy was shared ownership between the CEO and CHRO. The measurement was largely, and reacting to the measurement was largely HRBPs, and delivery, leadership managers and HRBPs. Increasingly HR shared services as well as being really the part of the HR organization that's in charge of digitization, digital HR and technology implementation. So it's complex. It has huge implications for governance. It's one of the reasons why we say don't underestimate the change, because it's not just running out a program with a single owner. It is, that when you have that many stakeholders that own it, that signals cultural change. It signals pretty significant change management required, and that it is a cultural thing. So a great question. It's what we work with a lot of organizations and a lot of HR organizations with, is to define the ownership. What do you want each of these stakeholders to do, and how do you get the right governance in place to ensure success?
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ken. And I would encourage all our attendees to connect with our speakers and panelists on LinkedIn. And if you have any further questions, feel free to engage directly with any of our speakers after the event. Thank you so much, Ken.
Thank you.
Now, our next speaker is Robyn Jordan. And she is the Senior Managing Director of Employee Experience at DriveTime. And she's going to talk about, hi Robyn, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. So Robyn is going to talk about a multi-layered approach to employee well-being. Obviously, COVID has had a tremendous impact on everyone's well-being. And DriveTime is doing some pretty cool stuff around this topic. So we'll see what Robyn has to share with us. Thanks for being with us today, Robyn.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I am in the office. I know we just had some folks sharing and talking about virtual well-being, and I'm going to share a little bit with you guys about what we are doing. Hopefully, if my screen share works here,
Yes,
welcome to
it does.
technology.
You can see your screen.
Perfect. So thank you for having me. And yes, Ken really did a great job setting up around what employee experience is evolving to. And as the leader here of our employee experience with DriveTime, one of the things that has been a major focus leading up to COVID, but as he mentioned, organizations now having the platform to really continue to develop in the things that they wanted as part of their strategy, we're now able to accelerate. And employee well-being is definitely one of those for us that we have leaned into. As he talked about the pulse surveys and what the data is telling us is that HR or employee experience is really now shifting to this well-being or total well-being strategy. And we've done some pretty cool things. I think our employees are seeing the benefit of that as they work through this crisis. But what we're seeing is that employees are facing extreme challenges. And according to McKinsey and Company, there's more than 80% of employees who are saying COVID is impacting their daily lives. And Monster is saying 69% of employees are reporting higher levels of burnout. And we are seeing parents facing unprecedented stressors without safe access to childcare or schools that are fully operating. And as a parent of 2 young children, I am in that same situation, sharing some of those stressors. Our organization, for those of you who don't know about DriveTime, we have people in our organization that are out in the field in retail. And so we have not been able to have a full work from home strategy. We have others who are in our reconditioning centers, getting our cars ready for frontline. And then we have operations or call center employees. And so we've had to really have a fully well integrated strategy around this hybrid model of folks who are working on site and folks who are working on at home, and we're seeing all of these factors play in. What we know is from Gallup, and as Ken mentioned, lots of companies are doing pulse surveys. Focusing on employee well-being can help when you have a fully integrated well-being strategy. We know that 41% of folks miss less work as a result of poor health, 2 times as likely to say they will adapt well to change because they've got resources and structure around them to do that, and 81% less likely to seek a new employer in the next year. We've also heard through pulse surveys that our employees are looking to us to help them in this well-being strategy and preparing them and themselves for what the next iteration of work life will look like post-COVID. And I know later today you're going to hear a little bit more about employee experience and the post-COVID impacts. But for us, we've now seen that well-being needs to be at the height of the strategy. We've looked at well-being in a really holistic way, and we've talked about well-being as well-being 365. So we want our employees to have well-being focus and opportunity, whether they're at work or at home, whether it's a work day or a weekend. It's really all about it all the time. And that comes through solving the remote work strategy. Ken mentioned this as well. Connectivity has been a big focus for us here at DriveTime. We went from our home office of 450 people to now only about 40 on site and rest working remote. You've got the parenting dynamic. And so somebody brought up earlier the social injustice, which we'll talk a little bit about how that fell into our well-being strategy, physical wellness and emotional wellness. And I think for a long time, wellness has been around health, some emotional, and then we've talked about employee experience really being connectivity in the work site. We've now said that's really all part of the well-being. I think you heard Ken say that the focus is shifting there as well. For us, we were able to, in about 2 weeks, get 2,000 employees working from home. And to just sort of set the stage there, we were not a work from home organization prior, nor had we really spent a lot of time considering or thinking about that. And we were able within 2 weeks to get over 2,000 employees working from home. We have started to phase in a return to office strategy based on employee sentiment data, the CDC recommendations, and state and federal requirements. What we have found is that in those pulse surveys we've sent out, there are employees who working from home is just not effective for them. They can be productive at work. So I want to make sure we talk through those two things very differently. They are very productive and they're hitting their metrics and targets. They don't feel they are effective. And some of that, when you hear those conversations, really lean in, because that's the employee telling you this isolation and working from home is not effective for them in their well-being. And we have found that there are employees who, regardless of the state of COVID, want to and need to work in the office. And so we've really found that part of our well-being strategy is to offer this hybrid approach. We're absolutely safe. We're following every CDC recommendation and guideline above and beyond. But there are employees, to be effective for their well-being, need to be in the office. And so we have offered that opportunity for folks to do that. In addition, we've stayed very close to what's going on, both from a COVID standpoint and a social standpoint, and have been offering biweekly toolkits to our employees around productivity, stress, and collaboration. I think Ken mentioned it's not as easy just to kind of give them a computer and set them up on Zoom. Helping them feel connected. We have a lot of employees who are working from home that do not have cameras on their phones or on their computers, and so they're not able to share in the personal connection. So we've had to find ways to do that through photos and really building out some of our internal aspects. So I think as we focused on remote work, we didn't necessarily just focus on getting them home. We focused on getting them home and being productive and effective and giving all of the tools to do that. Connectivity, as we mentioned, it was easy when people were in the office. You'd walk by, you'd be able to say hi, ask about their families. What we found is as soon as we sort of dispersed and went home, we did hear and see folks felt like this was great. We were being safe and they were really connected. We did actually see a dip in our survey data that said after being home for a while, folks were starting to lose connectivity. Our environment, our culture was very fun. We used to have trivia nights here and do things all across in all of our business units for connectivity. And what we had to do was very quickly, as an employee experience team, pivot on a dime to create all that virtual. And how did we had to bring media into it. So we started doing animated videos and fun segments. We've introduced things like the Scoop and the Monthly Gem. How are we going to give company-wide updates to our kind of dispersed population? And how are we going to give recognition in a way that made people feel special where they couldn't stand up in front of their team? So we very quickly realized that not just wellness is important, but how do you communicate and have an internal platform for folks to share that in that connectivity and that wellness strategy. We implemented a company-sponsored Yammer page that was all about connectivity and wellness. So we've been able to bring people together across the organization, open that dialogue, have facilitated discussions, have people share with each other what they're doing. And like many organizations, we are very competitive. And so we opened up competitions for folks to do scavenger hunts and share factoids about each other and then guess who they were. And we've started to see a lot more positive impact now in data that we're seeing, that folks feel much more connected than they did sort of in that lull when people went home and the glamour of working at home sort of wore off. We did implement department-specific recognition programs. We found that the walk by and pats on the shoulder were harder to do while we were sort of dispersed. And so we've been able to pull that all together, create it virtually, allow peer-to-peer recognition on a platform that helped people be connected. And then we've highlighted those across the company so people can have the opportunity to see the great job that people are doing and feel like um, they could be connected to the organization. Because one of the things I think is critical in all of these discussions is being connected to each other is very important, but making sure your employees feel connected to the organization and the mission, the purpose, and the strategy is critical, especially in times of uncertainty. While we're all reading in the news and on LinkedIn, organizations are being impacted, stores are closing, and we found it is very important to make sure that you give meaningful, frequent updates on the organization so that they can stay connected. And we've sort of bucketed our approach to connection to the company, connection to their leader, and then connection to the broader team. And so as we thought about our communication strategy and our engagement strategy, we looked at it in those segments. Parenting, I can't tell you what this has sort of meant to me as a mother of two and a special needs child. Um, for parents and teachers and all alike, we are in a very unique time, and we have challenged every one of our vendors, our benefits teams, our brokers to really help us through this time. And we've offered so many resources with guidance resources for articles, best practices. We offered a weekly parenting series showcasing every tip and trick. We created Zoom trainings for our employees and things they could do with their kids. We have a dedicated parenting group on Yammer, and I have personally sent out notes to all of the organization and to our leaders, helping them and equipping them to open the dialogue for parents who are extremely challenged and concerned about how to balance work and the safety of their children. And many are afraid in this time to share their concern in fear of, people are being laid off and will this have an impact on them? And so really opening that dialogue and creating a safe place for them to come and talk about it was critical. We've been very nimble around flexible work schedules. We have people doing split shifts now, so they can be on to help their kids start the day or end the day. And then we've also opened up for parental leave. So I think, folks here on the call, no one will have the right answer, and this will continue to evolve as we have parents and people and kids going back to school. But this is an opportunity for us all to show in that well-being strategy that we are open to hearing and understanding the concerns of parents and the allies of parents, because we do have employees obviously who aren't parents, but they have folks in their life who are, and they're just as stressed as the actual parents. Physical well-being, I think lots of folks know about this, right? We have gyms and all those other things. While gyms closed, we knew people would be at home, and that would sort of create another dynamic. So we had our in-house wellness coordinator do customized in-house wellness videos, everything from stretching, meditation, yoga. We did a media version of the Peloton bike and how to use it. We knew people, we heard from our employees, they were out buying their own fitness equipment, but didn't necessarily know how to use it. And so we did a mini series on how to use your equipment, and then also how to get the most out of a workout. We've done a lot around nutrition. We've partnered with folks across the valley to deliver meals that are healthy and portioned at discount prices. Parents and employees are having struggles here separating their work life from their home life because it blends now. And so we wanted them to get on track for healthy eating. And we rolled out teledoc and virtual visit across our organization and waived all cost share for our employees. And so we wanted them to know that health and well-being is important to us, and we didn't want cost or any factor mitigating getting in the way of them having access to that care. Emotional well-being, can't say enough about this. This is a place we've spent a lot of effort. Behavioral resources, many of you have probably read mental illness and depression are on the rise. We're seeing that in our own utilization. And so we have now expanded our benefits for behavioral health. We've offered that virtual as well at no cost share. We are doing an entire toolkit for our leaders around how to identify it virtually, how to talk about it, and then how to offer up the right resources. We've curated a list of content through our LMS with our learning management partner, and we've gotten folks involved virtually in charitable and community events so that they can feel like they're connected and giving back. We found that in aspects of the social injustice and everything that was happening in that space, people wanted a way to contribute and an avenue to give back in the community. And so we've focused a lot on how to do this virtually, and so that people could still have the same connectivity and the importance around this without having to physically be somewhere. And so having said all that, we are now, as an organization, thinking about this new stage of employee well-being. And this has been, again, a critical time for organizations and especially employee experience to pivot from the operational execution and the things that we think about or have traditionally thought about as HRBPs, and really look at the employee in a new light and in this new stage of the world where thinking about them holistically and all of the aspects of their life and how we keep them engaged and committed, it looks very different now. And here at DriveTime, we've really looked at our strategy as, even as Ken mentioned, testing and adopting, and the delivery model is going to be critical. So I do think that we will see this flow of folks wanting to come back to the office, but there will still be a virtual population. And so as we're delivering this now, our team is pivoted to focus on how do we blend the strategy when more people are back on site and some people are still off site, and how do we make sure that we don't lose any of the well-being strategy in an additional dispersed population. So I know I'm watching time, Stefan, so I want to be careful. And so last thing I would say here is, I think employee experience and HR, whatever your organization calls it, there are so many factors with OD and employee relations and all those things, but the connectivity of the employee experience team is critical, because every one of our departments touches the employee in their experience. And if your entire team and your leaders aren't focused at the center on well-being, all of those other things will get lost and or exacerbated by the fact that we're not looking for signs from our employees because they're virtual. And so we've really given our mission to the opportunity to make a difference in our employees' lives, and creating opportunities for them to have a platform to share. So Stefan, with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Robyn. And it's been awesome to see what DriveTime has done to really address the well-being of your people during those challenging times. It's really impressive. So we actually do have quite a few questions. One is, do you have a temporary relocation policy and procedures should employees want to work from their home state? If so, did you update your cost of living adjustment?
It's a great question. We haven't right now. We haven't had a lot of requests for that. We've offered employees the opportunity, if they wanted to work outside of our core area, as long as we had the opportunity or did business in those states. That is absolutely a centered focus for us now, as work remote will start to pivot to work anywhere. And our organization has dedicated an entire work group to making sure that we can solve that problem and offer that not just temporarily, but how do we offer that as an opportunity go forward?
Very good. would love specific ways to continue charitable giving and volunteering during COVID. You have any tips on this?
Absolutely. We've done lots of virtual drives. We've done swag. So we've made swag that folks could buy for discounted prices through payroll deductions, and then done donations to specific um, charity events. We've asked folks to um, build or write cards or do things at home with their kids and mail them in so that we could bring them to our partners. So for many of you in Arizona, St. Vincent de Paul is a great partner of ours, as well as the Ronald McDonald House. And so they need cards and things they can give kids and folks who come to their facilities. And so our employees made all sorts of crafts at home, and then we sent and had them all picked up, and then we brought a donation to our partners. So for specifically for that question, if you'd like to hit me up on LinkedIn, I'd love to set up a call. We have somebody dedicated on our team making sure that we could bring this to life, and be happy to share with you some of the fun ways we're doing that.
That's awesome to see that community support hasn't stopped with COVID. You mentioned strategies for helping employees with work-life balance because it has become blended. What organizational steps have you taken to encourage leadership and managers to help create boundaries between working time and off time?
Great question. We have an amazing leader toolkit. Again, happy to share. One of the things, most importantly, that we focused on was ensuring our employees and helping educate them around keeping their routine. So just like as if you were coming to work, you should start work at the same time and end work at the same time. We encouraged them to have their workspace outside of the common living area. And we had lots of conversations with our managers and equipped them to understand personal boundaries. So if the day and this affects many of our hourly employees, if the day ends at 5 o'clock and that's when they would have ended, that's when they end. And then you need to book time and be more mindful of making sure you're on the schedule with them during working hours. And so we've encouraged all of our managers and created a program called Take 10. It's a 10-minute touch base, and it's scheduled. There's very specific things they'll cover during that time. And that has given our managers a structured way to create these connectivity points with their employees without having to call before work and after work. And then we have also asked all of our employees to log out. So for many of you who've probably pivoted to Teams, Teams is open kind of all the time. It's on your phone. And we have encouraged them to actually log out at the end of the day and take some shutdown time. Because if not, for many of you, I'm sure on this call, Teams pops up or sends a notification on your phone. You feel the need to read it. And so we've opened the door and said, it is okay to shut down and take some personal time to recharge your battery. We want you to do that. And so we've given them those tools and talk points for their employees as well as themselves.
Nice. And final question, what's in your mental health toolkit?
Oh my gosh, so many great resources. Again, I'll be more than happy to share it with you if you want to hit me up on LinkedIn and send a note. Happy to set up some time. We have somebody dedicated with our vendors to pulling all of our resources together. There's tips and tricks, there's articles, there's activities, and more than happy to share it with you. We also did set up specific groups on our internal Yammer so people can share and work together. And we also leveraged our wellness platform. We use Virgin Pulse, and they have tons of mental health and well-being strategies that you can implement there too. But any of our toolkits, I'm more than happy to share with anybody who reaches out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robyn, for all those wonderful insights and really best practices. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting more and more excited as we go along through the agenda. There's so much meaningful content today. So thanks again, Robyn.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Now, I spoke earlier about the the conversion between the customer and the employee experience. And I'm very excited as well about the next guest, Jason Ashlock. Jason is the Senior Vice President of CX and EX. So that's exactly what we're talking about, the conversion of EX and CX together at Kuehne and Nagel. And he's going to talk about the culture platform, designing experience-based frameworks that support perpetual transformation. Ken? Oh, sorry, Jason,
Hey.
welcome on board.
Thanks very much. A pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for having me. I just popped in at the tail end of Robyn's presentation. And Robyn, if you're still hanging around on mute, well done. Always exciting to hear from fellow leaders in this conversation about how to adjust during this period and into the future as well. Stefan, always a pleasure to be in conversation with you too. For those of you on the call, if you haven't been involved with Stefan in the past, I've known Stefan for a couple of years and always delighted at the kind of conversations that you prompt. So very happy to be part of this one. I'm going to share my screen for the sake of just guiding some of the topics that we'll talk through over the next 20 minutes or so. And then very happy and would prefer, in fact, to leave a lot of time for questions and conversation at the end. As Stefan pointed out, my work crosses EX and CX, and there's a bridge between those two that I hope we can talk about a little bit on this call. But I'd like to begin by asking you to reflect a little bit on the comment that's on the screen today. Most of the conversations I've had with fellow HR leaders inside my organization and across other organizations have been around these topics of resiliency, of bouncing back, of enduring through such consequential and stressful times. And it has provided me an opportunity to kind of open a bit of our playbook that we've been using inside a sprawling international logistics organization. The last couple of years, we've been investing what I believe to be a historic amount of resources, energy, and time in building up an employee experience that is fitted for the ideal customer experience we wish to design. And because we've had a couple years runway in doing that, we found ourselves landing in the COVID crisis, frankly, pretty well prepared for the unpredictability of the moment because of our investment in platform, in a cultural platform. And so that's really what I want to talk about today, the kind of way of thinking in platform means and the way to build the mechanisms of a cultural platform, including what I mean by that. So let's look at this for a moment as a kind of way of thinking about a cultural platform. This is how we think about it inside Kuehne Nagel. We're active in more than 110 countries and have about 90,000 employees working with hundreds of thousands of customers all the time. And when we think about the kind of holistic experience we're trying to build for our employees and for our customers, we talk about it in these 4 buckets. There's the piece of belonging, how I feel as I'm part of a team and a tribe. There's the element of my engagement with those that I try to serve in the community and the customer base. There's where I do my work and where I'm creative and productive and the tools and resources I have to do that. And there's the way that I engage with leaders and those in the organization who inspire me and manage me. And I'd like for you to reflect for a moment on this idea that really up until the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, depending whether or not you're in Wuhan or Spain or US or Brazil, somewhere around the end of 2019 or 2020, there was a major paradigm shift where for most of our working life prior to that, the office environment was the point of aggregation of all of these elements that I just described. It was the office where you felt part of a team and a tribe. It was the office that structured the rhythm of your working day. It was the office where you engaged with customers, either through platforms or in person. It was the office where you were creative and productive and you had the tools, resources, technology, access to enable you to do your work. It was the office where you engaged with your manager and were led. And then somehow in this very rapid transition, all of those items that were aggregated in a kind of physical lived experience have been distributed and dispersed. Our collective experience has been exploded. And so all of these elements, how we feel like we belong, how we connect with leaders, how we serve the customer, how we access the right resources to do our work, no longer have a simple point of aggregation. They are spread across multiple touch points, multiple hours of the day. In other words, here's a way of saying it. Work used to be molecular. The office provided a kind of bond between the various elements that constitute our employee experience, and now work is atomized. These pieces are now scattered across our lived landscape. In other words, you could say that up until recently, the office has been our platform. It has been the place where all of these tools and all of these experiences were brought together to create what we consider to be the employee experience. And yet in the past 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, the remote working environment has created a question. What is our unifying platform? How do we integrate all of these pieces of what we consider to be the employee experience? Here's the metaphor that I like to use to think about this. I was a big fan of Legos growing up. I imagine many of you were as well. I asked for Lego kits every Christmas and birthday, and enjoyed them up into my teenage years. I have a child that is going to be born in 2 months, and very hopeful that when that child gets old enough, we can play with Legos together. But currently, I feel that so much about employee experience is like a Lego kit. If you bought a Lego kit, you dump it out on the table, and it's full of fragments. It's individual tiny pieces. You know that they're supposed to fit together somehow into some grand design. That grand design is probably the picture on the front of the box that attracted you to buy it. It's within that really thick instruction manual that tells you how you're supposed to put these tiny pieces together to build this masterpiece. Actually, I don't know if you've been into Legos lately, but now all of the instruction manuals are in an app on your phone, which is very cool. So you can walk through the virtual building of your castle or your spaceship or whatever. But this is what EX feels like to me when I just look out across the landscape. And I'll give you an example concretely. I checked this morning in my folder of emails that I received from vendors or from consultants or from technology companies. And as of this morning, I have 212 emails from different companies, from different individual consulting firms, practices, technology vendors that are trying to sell individual solutions within this COVID period. They're going to help you make employee videos. They're going to help you host virtual events. They're going to help you with a particular exercise regimen with your team. They're going to bring snacks to the doorstep of your office so that your team can have snacks together. You probably have all of these emails too. They're all wonderful, and the creativity that this time has unleashed is really exciting and promising. But it's all very fragmented, and it's all very separated, and it feels very sort of like one-off, almost desperate solutions to the problems that we know we face. The problems we know we face are right here. They're the same problems we've always faced. Working in an office didn't make it easy to create belonging, but at least we had some traction and we had some trial and error. And we had kind of figured out some tools to use to build team and trust. The office environment as a platform wasn't perfect at customer engagement. All of us know this every time we call customer service, right? It doesn't always go well, but at least we had like a burgeoning set of practices we could deploy. We had figured out a lot to make it better and better and better. And on I could go. Managerial practices certainly were fraught in an office environment. Nobody thinks we've got managerial practices and leadership practices figured out, but at least we had a kind of stable environment in which to do it. When everything gets exploded like it is now, the question is, my God, I need help putting these pieces together. And so we're seeing this emergence, this flourishing of individual solutions to these really painful problems that we're all facing in the new environment. And the question that I would like everybody on the call to ask today, if you've deployed, rapid response mechanisms to support your employees in any of their frustrations or their difficulties, good for you, fantastic. The question is, however, how do the pieces fit together? Not just for the right now, but for the future. And I just think we've been incredibly fortunate in my company to have a kind of historic runway to get used to this idea of putting pieces together, to the point that over the past few years, we have been able to become so familiar with become kind of fluent with the Lego pieces so that we can begin to put them together in different ways to support the strategy, to support the business, to support the people who are at the heart of what we do every day. And we've gotten good enough at it that I feel that we're now able to kind of adjust and shift the individual Lego pieces, these individual resources related to EX, and form a kind of new living, working environment that's better suited for the COVID experience in the post-COVID world. In other words, if you get good enough at the fragments, then you get to build the masterpiece. So what I want to offer over the next few minutes are sort of 5 building blocks of our platform. And then I'd like to end by talking a little bit about platform design. And then I hope we can talk about any questions and thoughts that you have. So we worked starting in 2016, 2017 to do some broad global research around the journeys our employees were going through. What were the multivarious experiences that really shaped the keystone elements of an employee's working life that would have outsized influence on whether or not they're able to show up every day in a way that delivers best service level for customers, colleagues, and the community at large. And we settled in on a set of keystone journeys or keystone experiences around which we could begin to map how our employees were either having expectations met or having expectations missed when it came to what we were providing in this support. So here's the first one. None of these are going to be rocket science, by the way, but it's the process of getting there and the process of fitting them together that is really the trick. Almost every company in the world is talking about this right now. How do we keep our people socially connected? When we started asking this question 3 years ago, it had a couple of different dimensions to it. We wanted social connection to be defined both horizontally and vertically. Horizontally being the team I'm on and the tribe I'm a part of. How do I work with my colleagues that are in my immediate orbit? But the vertical part of it was connection to company purpose and company mission. What am I a part of that's bigger than myself, that gives me a sense of identity and purpose, motivation to wake up every day and do my best work? And so we needed tools and mechanisms that would unleash both of these vectors, both the horizontal and the vertical connectedness. And even now, talking sort of about a third way, a kind of vector that emerges from both of those out into the community at large, as Robyn was talking about with volunteer work and charity engagement, et cetera. But within these two axes, the X and the Y, the up and the down and the sideways, how do we build social connections? We went at this a couple of different ways. I just wanted to tell you about one. We instituted a kind of peer influence layer within our organization. We call them advocates internally, and they are basically our representations of the future. Roughly 10 or 15% of every one of our locations has a tribe of advocates that are equipped and trained and receive sort of additional support and exposure to strategy, to where we're headed as an organization, new resources around communication and persuasion. And it's their job to really be the grassroots ambassadors for the kind of company that we want to be. But as much as they distribute that information into that kind of horizontality of the organization, there are also discovery mechanisms where they're listening and learning and gathering input from their colleagues and filtering that back up into the pipelines that we've created. This means that basically all of our teams around the world have some means by which they are connected to another location by means of this advocate layer. So that there's not this sense, as there was maybe 5 years ago in our organization, that if you worked for our team in Thailand or if you worked for our team in Portugal, you're really part of two very different companies. We're now part of the same company because we've instituted this layer of social connection. Again, just one example. The second keystone for us of our cultural platform was how do we listen and reflect? For many of you on the call, you've probably been running surveys these past few months, trying to listen and learn to what your colleagues' experiences are, which is really important and really good. Better than doing it in crisis and better than doing it when you're forced to do it is to do it perpetually, to do it always, and kind of endless loops and endless cycles. I've already mentioned the advocate layer of our organization, a kind of peer influencer, no formal authority, merely a kind of representation of who we want to be. We've also taken the mindset that our leaders, of course, are also those with authority. So we can't just rely on kind of the informal connectivity in the organization. We also need to formalize. So we instituted what amounts to a stand-up meeting every week within all of our teams globally. Now, I told you we have 90,000 employees, right? So a stand-up meeting doesn't sound like rocket science, but when you scale it to every team around the world, where every week for 30 minutes, our teams come together for open forum conversation and discussion about how work's getting done, what they're learning, what they're needing, what barriers they're facing, what progress they're hoping to make. You scale that, you begin to create a mechanism for discovering the day-to-day challenges and discoveries of your people that really can't be captured in any kind of one-off retrospective survey, which is often our kind of standard go-to tool for listening. This means that you've got kind of standard practices happening all around the globe every week around continuous improvement, around solution engineering, around friction reduction in the team, around identifying toxic behaviors and kind of getting rid of that behavioral waste that enters into the organization. It's much messier, it's much more difficult to control than a survey release, but it provides you what amounts to a platform element, a piece that is an ongoing, sustainable piece that can be leveraged in a variety of different ways. So if we started this 2 years ago, fast forward to the spring when we go into lockdown, where teams around the world were scrambling in other organizations to figure out how to have social connection and how to listen and understand what people are going through. We already had it, because we already had these weekly meetings set up where people were used to this open exchange and this open forum. This is what I mean by a platform, a flexible, adaptable set of tools that could be applied to any challenging circumstance. The third thing that we identified is that we need places to co-create. It's not just about listening and exchange, it's also about places to come together and build. And for this, we looked to agile and lean startup methodology. And this is a practice and a mindset that we've been pushing into the organization for a couple of years, enabling people to form cross-functional teams, to dedicate a portion of their capacity for a period of a sprint, which is usually about 100 days, to go after a critical value add tool or process in the organization. This happens all over the world in different patterns and different parts of the business at different times, but it has enabled us to redirect resources very agilely towards the solutions that we most need, towards the problems that we're most experiencing. And these fundamentally form co-creation environments where teams are informed about the same basic agile principles. They know how to go about the same basic problem statement design, how to go about iteration and build, test, learn models. And so when they come together to form, they're in an environment where the language and the structure is the same. The fourth thing we identified, also a hot issue now, is appreciation. How do we begin to recognize colleagues around the organization? And for this, again, we went grassroots, which I think is one of my design principles that I'd like for you to think about when you think about culture, platform, design. Is that not everything needs to be top down. Some of the most powerful things are done bottom up and at a very low level in the organization. I often tell people my ability to be impressed by individuals and companies increases the lower down in the organization I go. Almost all the great ideas are at the bottom and at the edges of the organization waiting to be discovered. And the same is true when it comes with appreciating effort. So rather than create a kind of global recognition scheme or invest in some sophisticated technology, we leaned all in on analog, physical, team-based recognition. So all teams around the world are equipped with a number of what we call credit cards, very simple physical cards that obviously, of course, have digital counterparts, where they tell a short story about the work that their colleague has done lately. They're given a small kind of template in which they can tell that story. That card is then submitted, and at the end of every month, those cards are celebrated with the team and distributed out to the people they were written to. And this, of course, connects well with the weekly stand-ups that we have, in which those kinds of stories can be told. Again, this is not a kind of sophisticated technology in which we're measuring all of the recognition cards that are floating around the world. Instead, it's really under the domain of the local leader to create an environment of appreciation and recognition. So now, when we're in the COVID environment, we get to tilt our recognition towards the kinds of behaviors that we want to celebrate in this new working world. Again, another keystone of platform building. Can you institute a tool or a device that is flexible enough that when a challenge comes or some threat to your norm emerges, you're able to quickly inflect that tool in a new direction? And so now our credit cards are all based upon, virtual collaboration, and the stories that we tell to celebrate one another are about remarkable work being done under these extraordinary constraints. And the last piece of our keystone of our platform is learning and teaching. And we put these two together in a way that I feel like they are not often talked about in conversations that we have about these. We talk a lot about building learning technologies and learning access, and do our people get an opportunity to engage in learning activities. I think just as important would be, do our people get a chance to involve themselves in teaching activities? Again, these reservoirs of wisdom live within people all across your organization and mine. And just as important as teaching them what they need to know to do the job well is letting them teach others what they need to do the job well. So we've instituted a kind of a cross-knowledge sharing approach in our organization where individuals are given forums by which they can share best practices. They can teach and train around the areas of expertise or a very simple tool that they've discovered or a hack that they've created that might be beneficial to others as well. And of course, again, in a COVID environment, we get to tilt this tool in the direction of teaching each other how to be better on Zoom, teaching each other how to do customer meetings virtually, teaching each other the skills that are new to this world that we found ourselves in. All right, as I wrap up and leave the time, as Stefan asked me to, for some Q&A and conversation, I want to leave you with this thought, that this platform idea that I'm suggesting, that we stop treating EX tools as one-offs or as fragments, but we start asking ourselves fundamentally, if I'm investing in a vendor or a tool or a technology or a process, how does it fit together with the others in a self-reinforcing way that is sustainable and can be agile and reflect the needs of the organization? These are all kind of the definitive nature of a platform for me. And I want to suggest that the only way to get there is to get really serious about the journeys that your employees are on, to stop thinking kind of abstractly about employee experience and start really breaking down the dozens of individual journeys your people are on every day at different seasons of their career, at different times and different places in the business. And once you begin mapping those journeys, to ask yourself, what are the key drivers of success across those journeys? Probably those are your keystone elements of the platform that I hope you build. Stefan, I toss it over to you. I think I'm right on time for a little Q&A for 10 minutes.
You're like a Swiss clock. Right on time, Jason. Thank you so
Perfect.
much. As you know, questions are going through the chat here. I do have one question for you. So you talked about having those different groups to collect feedback from employees and so forth. How do you channel all that information up to the top so that you can design those frameworks and implement the EX strategy? Does it start at the local level because you dispersed all over the globe, or does it just go all through the top and then you implement globally?
Yeah, really good question. So in this, we follow a kind of formal span breaker approach, right? So we've got local teams with their individual advocates that are always in constant discovery and distribution mode. And as they collect relevant information, it's filtered up through the captains that run a country, up to the regional leads that run EX at each of our region. And then we filter our best findings together as a global team. So there is no kind of innovation here that I think I would champion. I'd say it's currently a function of using the existing layers in our EX organization to filter up the findings that are most critical for the employee journeys. And so that's the piece I would call back to. Our findings need to be then applied to what we know about the journeys our people are on, or they need to recommend that we need to adapt a journey or think differently or add a journey that we haven't thought about. And so the journey mapping framework really gives us the kind of structure to have the right conversation. And then the input can kind of filter into the different frames that it belongs into. But currently, it's still a very kind of human manual process of discovery, conversation, filtering, reporting, and then making decisions at a strategic level at the top.
What software platforms do you find most useful to facilitate cross-team collaboration?
Oh, this is a great question. Because we, again, in the spirit of sort of really encouraging all of us to think platform first rather than one-off or individual solution for use case, but to always ask yourself, is the thing I'm investing in going to be flexible and adaptable enough to be used across a variety of different use cases, including the ones I can't predict, right? That's platform thinking. 2.5 years ago, we invested in a social network, an internal social network. We call it MyKN. And it's powered by a global software company, and it works like kind of LinkedIn/Facebook for work. And this is our primary mechanism for exchange and discovery. So within this environment, we build different communities devoted to different topics. Sometimes those topics are business related, sometimes they're more thematic and they cross the organization. And then those communities cluster and attract individuals who are interested in those topics or who have some sort of relevant expertise there. And then we have our EX people, our org dev folks who are embedded in the organization, who are managing those communities, who are listening, learning, structuring the conversation, et cetera. And so, again, I applaud my organization because the investment in that platform is really what has enabled much of the kind of seamless communication that has happened in this COVID dynamic. We also use Zoom, of course, and chat functions in Zoom, but most, I think, of our intense collaboration happens within our internal social network. Most of you probably have an internal social network, even if it's just Slack. The recommendation I would have here for you to think about is, what is the community management function within that platform? So if you haven't sort of thought about kind of the architecture of how communities function and work, then you might be missing out on some of the platform virtues that you can gain from that, right? It might still be functioning as a communication channel, but it might not be functioning as a culture platform unless you've got some real kind of intentional design around how those conversations are taking place.
What's essential in how you select, develop, and hold leaders accountable to support the spirit of this kind of highly adaptive platform?
What a great question. All these questions are great. Stefan, you've assembled a smart group as always. So this is a tough one because I think performance management in each organization is itself a reflection of culture. It both reinforces culture and shapes it, but it also reflects what that culture is, right? So it's a super nuanced topic when you're thinking about how do you, although humans may be all motivated by the same basic 5 things, the way that people are motivated within organizational environments is a psychologically complex topic. I will say what we've found to be the most successful is not formalizing culture work into a traditional KPI structure. Meaning, I think it's probably really attractive to put a KPI or an OKR around some kind of culture support for your leaders, to really say, I'm going to hold them accountable by making sure, their bonus is tied to whether or not they achieve these certain results. Listen, I've been drawn to that in the past too, because you really want kind of a carrot, a stick. You want something, right, that's going to motivate people to change their ways. We found it far more effective to have a kind of accountability driven by transparency. So again, really leaning into the community spirit of our online social network, the leaders and the individuals who are truly fostering the culture that we're trying to create and support through the means of these cultural mechanisms are the leaders who get the most airtime. They're the ones who are celebrated most frequently. They're the ones whose employees are most outspoken and engaged. Those employees are more likely to be promoted or chosen for talent programs, right? The system itself drives the accountability when you're quite intentional about lifting up those who are really the showcases and the models of what you want to be. I'm not saying there's not a place for some kind of more formal accountability structure, but within our organization at least, which is historically driven by only a couple of major KPIs, the better way to kind of drive the culture buy-in from a leadership point of view has been to shine a bright light on the people who are doing it well and let the kind of comparison dynamic and competition dynamic within our organization kind of lift everybody up to perform to the standards of the best that we've got.
Out of the 5 keystones, which have you found to be the most challenging and why?
Co-creation by far, because it requires a methodology. Co-creation is not sitting with a customer or with a group of colleagues in an hour-long workshop and putting some Post-its on a wall and saying, okay, we're gonna reinvent our paternity leave. It's really about the right people cross-functionally being on the right team with the right level of experience and expertise, drawing from their own communities and spheres of influence to put together over a period of time a workable framework for sustainable change. And so, it just requires that there be enough kind of education and literacy around we choose to use agile and lean startup for this kind of approach, right? You might choose jobs to be done or design thinking or something else, but whatever you choose, it requires that enough people have the familiarity with it, and then they're able to collectively achieve something together. It also requires that leaders and teams in the organization be willing to give up their people's capacity for a short period of time. I mean, we try to work in 100-day sprints in which we borrow, say, 15% of someone's capacity during that 100 days. That might sound easy in your organization. It's dreadfully difficult in ours, right? The pace of our operational work means that it's tough to steal those marginal hours. Discretionary effort is valuable, but volunteer teams burn out. So you really need a kind of formal structure in which these teams can be formed and be given a mandate or an island of freedom, as a lean startup would say, so that they can actually go do good work.
And then last question, is the EX portfolio of solutions managed centrally and operationalized locally? Or is it only the EX strategy and framework that is managed centrally?
It's a little bit of both due to the nature of our organization. We have 5 global regions, North America, South America, Middle East, Africa, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And so those regions have strong kind of governance and oversight over their employees in that region. So our central product set, we really consider ourselves, in our organizational development team considers ourselves product designers, right? We're designing scalable global products that can be fed and distributed into the organization, that fit the best possible, most possible use cases we can imagine in our testing. And then we rely on the regions to modify, adjust, or flex them as required for realities on the ground. But I must say, a lot of the innovation also comes up out of the region. And when it reaches us, our job is to then refine it, test it, iterate it, and get it to a place where it's then scalable globally. If it's not scalable globally, we pass it back to the regions as a regionally specific tool. But if it has promise as a global solution, then our team will spend the effort required to make sure that it's really going to work around the world. So I would really say it's more of a conversation than it is a kind of competition between central and local management.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you, Jason. It's always a pleasure speaking with you and listening to what you have to say. It's so pertinent and I would say insightful as well. So again, thanks again, Jason. We're going to take a break. It's 9:46 a.m. PST. We will resume in about 8 minutes or so. So feel free to take a break and please come back because we have still a lot of good stuff to come up. So 6 minutes, 7 minutes from here, we will resume and we'll listen to Lisa Smith-Strother. Stay tuned.
5, 6, 7, 8.
We're going to resume our conversation here. And I'm very excited for our next guest, Lisa Smith-Strother. Lisa is the Vice President of Global, I'm reading her, she has a long title, Vice President of Global Head of Employer Diversity, Talent Acquisition, Branding, and Employee Engagement at RELX. Lisa, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Awesome.
Great.
So what's been really interesting with COVID is that I think it has surfaced exactly what employer brands stand for. You can make up what you stand for, but the reality is now how you treat your people and your customers and all different stakeholders really has showed up through the COVID crisis. So I'm very anxious to hear and eager to hear what Lisa has to say on this about managing an employer brand during a pandemic and widespread racial justice protests.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stefan. Really happy to be here and happy to present this subject. I have a lot of passion for it, and looking forward to the session this afternoon. So just very quickly, what I wanted to say is Stefan already provided my, my bio, if you will. But what I'm going to be talking about today is just giving you an overview of some of the activities in our approach as far as how we refined our message to attract and engage candidates and employees in the midst of this really this uncertain time. We all know that when we're looking at a remote and virtual work environment, and we've heard quite a bit of that already in the earlier sessions, that it has a direct impact in how you convey your employer brand and how employees and candidates perceive that based on the messages that you put out. So either you can be really, I don't want to say aggressive, but you can be proactive, or you can go dark. So my view is that you need to be proactive. You need to have an always on marketing approach. You need to really maintain that cadence so that people can see your commitment and your voice in this space. So that's, again, what I'm going to be sharing with you today. So
sorry, just a quick note. We either you can switch to presentation mode, or you can shrink the click to add notes.
Oh my, okay. So let me see how I go do that. Do not want to, can you still see? It looks like, is that any better?
That's perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefan, I appreciate that. So if at this point, if you could just sort of imagine, if you will, that you're wrapping up an interview with a very promising candidate, and they question you about what did you do, what did the company do to protect your employees during the coronavirus pandemic? This is not an unusual question. It's actually timely, because they're also getting those types of questions as it relates to the racial justice and what companies are doing relative to stemming systemic racism. But it's just something to think about, because it is very quite important that you have some messages underway to address that. And how you reply gives the candidate a peek into what your culture is, as well as really what your character is and commitment around that space, even as it relates to how you have treated your employees. So again, quite important. So what you're looking at right now, and obviously we know that the world is in a state of great flux, and people want an employer that is also changing and is quite nimble relative to what's going on in the climate. And the consumer brand and the employer brand is really coming, I would say, much closer together. You'll see that in the graphic at the bottom. The how emotive that candidates and even customers are becoming as it relates to what companies are saying about their consumer brand versus their employer brand. And this is even more apparent during the pandemic. So the 4 questions that had been posed by Forrester to address a company's response to COVID-19, and they have a direct impact on the employer brand. They are, first, to understand what candidates and employees want from their employers during the pandemic, and I'll look to answer these questions as well. Second, to understand how you're treating your employees, your candidates, your customers during the pandemic, because again, that reflects on your voice and your commitment in this space, and ultimately your attractiveness as well. And then third, they want to gain a better understanding of how remote working is impacting employees, candidates' experience, as well as the employees' experience during these times. as well as during the moments that matter and how it impacts that. And then fourth is how it affects the team's sort of structure and their strategy with a lot of the changes that are going on now with addressing the remote working and how you want to craft your message accordingly. Obviously that impacts the strategy and your structure. And also, and I alluded to this as did Stefan, in light of the current racial justice protests, these questions are also appropriate and timely as candidates are inquiring about a company's inclusiveness, as well as what their commitment is towards racial justice. They want to know what programs they're doing, if they've made any even charitable donations, if they are looking to adapt their products relative to some of the requests relative to racial justice. So while addressing these questions, we are also amplifying our voice as it relates to racial justice. We are in the process of refining our race and ethnicity strategy and our agenda. And we have been putting a lot of rigor behind what our comms are, both internally. So we have questions and talking points for our recruiters as it relates to our COVID-19 response, but also as it relates to what we're doing to race and ethnicity. We have had an opportunity for our African Ancestry Network to meet with our CEOs across our various business divisions and are responding rather nimbly with some tangible actions as well. So watch this space, but we certainly have some actions underway relative to that. So in a recent survey by Gartner and PwC, employees were asked about how their employer was responding to the pandemic. And the results were that 74% say that employers have shared information about precautions about being taken to keep employees safe. And 43% of workers strongly agree that their employer cares about their well-being. We heard a little bit about the various wellness programs. Across RELX, we're really keen to get a better understanding of how we can support our people during the pandemic as it relates to wellness and specifically as it relates to comms as well, but also as it relates to our culture. So we've done a number of pulse surveys, certainly in order to see how we are doing relative to our comms and our outreach and our engagement to our employees relative to COVID, but even as a culture, including our employees' overall happiness, their productivity, the inclusion sentiment, as well as other engagement. So we're really keen to highlight our efforts in our expanded comms. We have wellness programs, which I'll share with you as far as what that looks like. And we have a number of outreach programs that managers are doing to their employees to keep them engaged and informed. And looking at how companies have responded with their employer brand in mind, it's all about comms. And if you look at exactly a survey, it results that over 70% of companies have updated their candidate communications, and 97% of companies issued statement internally to their employees. I think what's interesting here is that business communications are trusted far more than government and media. So this is a capital opportunity for businesses to make sure, again, that you're regularly sharing that information, both internally and externally. And RELX is doing that as well. And if we quickly see the types of content that's being used according to recent surveys, we see that this is an opportunity to shift prioritization to creating helpful content. And the top 3 that reflect the most prominent channels that RELX is also using and that is used for COVID-19 updates is email copy and a little less than 60%. And this is to keep, obviously, employees engaged and informed, but also to update candidates with the CRM. We have certainly used our CRM regularly when it comes to sharing with our candidates and those that have opted in to let them know what we're doing relative to COVID, as well as some of the actions that we've taken relative to racial justice. As it relates to social media content, we've all seen a plethora of content out there across the various social media channels. but this allows you to really convey your goodwill, as well as your community spirit, as well as your company's preparedness as it relates to COVID. And then lastly, when you look at the blogs, it's a great opportunity to offer an opportunity to showcase your thought leadership in this space, as well as any helpful and wellness tips. And we've done that as well. To the right, you'll see a bit of a missed opportunity. It's less than a third are using their career sites as it relates to talk about what they're doing relative to COVID, to talk about what they're doing relative to supporting employees, as well as candidates. It's truly a low, no cost, high impact opportunity across RELX and the different business divisions. We certainly are leveraging our career site, but I thought this was quite interesting that the vast majority of companies aren't necessarily using their career site to do that. You can also talk about how you can prepare candidates relative to a remote and virtual environment on the career site, how they can be better prepared for virtual interviews and things of that nature. So great opportunity there, and right now it looks like it's being missed. So some of the burning questions that I would like to answer for you today is why it's important to have a strong employer brand during the crisis. So whether it's COVID or the racial justice protest, as I said before at the outset, it's an opportunity for you to keep your voice strong and relevant, and not to stand on the sidelines. Also, it's timely to protect and utilize your employer brand during a crisis. You want to be nimble there. So as things are happening, you can adjust your message framework accordingly. And you want to embrace agility and engage meaningfully with candidates, employees, and others. And again, I'll provide some examples there. And I see this as an opportunity to galvanize employees with the right messages during the crisis. So just a bit of information about RELX for those of you that may not be aware. RELX is the parent company of some really 4 strong brands that you might recognize, maybe may not recognize RELX. But you have Elsevier, which represents our scientific, technical, and medical segment. We have LexisNexis Risk Solutions, which and it also has several business divisions as well, which represent our risk and business analytics. We have LexisNexis Legal, which represents our legal and professional segment. And then we have Reed Exhibitions, which represents all of the exhibitions that we do, one of which is Comic-Con. We have over 30,000 employees, and we operate in over 180 countries. The reason I wanted to share this is each of the businesses that you see here have their own individual identity, their own voice, and their own brand. So unlike some of the other businesses where you have subsidiaries and they all sort of happily, if you will, roll up under the one business, I'm not saying that the business divisions aren't happy, but they are independently siloed, and I would say intentionally so. So what we are doing, and what my role is to provide that connective tissue across these businesses. And as it relates to COVID and the racial justice and our messaging around that, is to provide sort of a harmonized message across so that candidates can see what we're doing across all of these businesses. So from a candidate and employee engagement perspective, you can see some of the focus messaging channels that we have. And you can see in green where we've incorporated our COVID-19, as well as not so much, but we are moving towards that with some of our race and ethnicity messaging. And this is across the numerous channels for optimal delivery engagement, awareness, and overall impact. And also our candidates and customers have responded very positively to particularly to the COVID-19 messaging, because there's a lot of value-added content for them to share as well and to learn a great deal. So what do candidates and employees want? So moving to the first question. So during COVID-19, here's what employees have said that they want from leadership, and this is courtesy of a Energage survey. So engage leaders with frequent and consistent messaging across an organization. So we certainly have looked to do that across all of the business divisions. So regularly, employees will see content from the various leaders, and it will be consistent across the division as well. They also want ongoing comms. They want frequent feedback opportunities. I've talked about the various pulse surveys that we've done, as well as the surveys to gain a better insight as far as what our culture is looking like and what that sort of happiness and inclusion factor is as well. They want managers and leaders that demonstrate that they care. So we have a number of wellness programs that we've launched across the different divisions. They also want to make sure that there's proactive measures being taken place regarding their protection. They are very keen for employers to have a flexible view when it comes to employees returning to the office. And then regarding performance, they want their employer to be performing effectively and efficiently, particularly given all of the changes. And according to Universum last month, when HR leaders were asked, what are the 3 words they would like their company to be remembered by? It's specifically as it related to their handling of COVID-19 and how they responded to it. They wanted to have or provide all of the needed resources to be successful. They wanted to be remembered as a company that helped the world via community donations or through other means. And again, I think that similarly, when it comes to racial justice, not standing by the sidelines, but offering up donations, showing those tangible actions, making sure it's very clear that employees are very aware of what the matching donations options are as well, because we've done quite a bit of learning opportunities for our employees to know that. They also want them to be a responsible employer focused on employees' health and safety, and that communications to employees are clear, timely, and consistent. So in the surveys that we've done, to be fully transparent, there's a bit of a balance, because you can be at a point where you over communicate, and then employees can be a bit overwhelmed, but they certainly want that consistent communication, just given the uncertainty. So I just want to pause for a minute to see if you were to ask your HR leaders, how are they performing in these questions as well, what the response will be. Because in looking at this, we also wanted to align ourselves to what our actions are. And so we've strived to do that. All right, so I'm going to move on to the second one is how do you treat your employees, your candidates, and your customers? And this is all in an effort to get a better understanding of how we are supporting our people during the pandemic. So we've talked about the ongoing comms from senior leaders, the value-added content. As I said, I'm leading up to the various wellness programs that we've had. We've developed a tremendous amount of content, both internally and externally, for our employees to know all of the activities that we're doing, as well as the various articles and insight and research, if you think about our business divisions and what their portfolio offers. At the end of the day, it's all about galvanizing your employees with the right messages and making that very available to them. So these are the wellness programs that we've launched across RELX, across the different divisions. And we've done quite a bit of campaigning, both internally and externally, to boost awareness so the employees know about it, and certainly externally, so candidates are aware of what will await them and how we're fostering that support. So again, if you think about that question, what did you do to protect your employees during the coronavirus pandemic? Providing really robust wellness programs certainly is a big one. And when you think about the various surveys, this certainly is a driver for employees as well. So we've launched 4 wellness programs that were implemented across RELX. They include Headspace, and I personally have launched that with my smart device. So I've set up routines, so on a daily basis, it prompts me with activities and things of that nature, because it is free for employees across RELX. We also have access to Thrive, to Living Well, as well as to Wellbeing. And also there are some virtual exercise and yoga classes, all toward improving our workplace, as well as the culture and employee happiness, which are key to employees' needs reflected by the survey. We also have, relative to thought leadership, if you think back to the portfolio and the business divisions that RELX provides, we have encouraged our employees to enhance their employee signatures to drive traffic to the various COVID info pages. We'll look to do similar activities with race and ethnicity. As I said, we're in the process of doing a lot of that work right now. We do have some tangible actions, but as it relates to COVID, this drives, whether it's candidates or just stakeholders or just anyone in the network, back to the page relative to all of the insight and research that's available relative to COVID. From a candidate engagement perspective, we've done a number of campaigns relative to social media, talking about interview tips, remote working prep, healthcare, content relative to that, and just overall the company's preparedness. And even for number 2, we have landing pages that talk about virtual interview tips, as I said before, remote working prep, and really how RELX is responding to the pandemic. Regarding the candidate sentiment, we've again created pages to help employees have a good understanding what we're doing relative to candidates, and as also relative to employees, to our community as well as and to our customers, so they can have a good understanding of the preparation to help build the candidate sentiment and to build goodwill as well. And speaking of goodwill, you can see that there is a sampling of the posts that we look to keep the momentum going while sharing about our culture, referencing the remote working, as well as what employees can expect when they return to work. And the objective really is just to keep the pace going, to have that always on marketing effort. I heard someone mention previously about looking at promoting employees, and certainly if there's recognizing employees, making sure we have plenty of testimonials out there. We've been fortunate by participating with Comparably to get some awards, so we certainly put that out there as well. Again, to keep the content flow going in an effort to keep that momentum going. Our messages reflect also the softer side of our cultural message as it relates to how employees are sharing about their weekend, what they're doing, if it's artwork or art projects. Employees also have expressed the need when it comes to virtual learning. Certainly, we all can take the individual sessions, but we had received comments that employees missed the opportunity by being in the office and having those sessions where you could learn and have the knowledge building sessions with your colleagues. So we certainly have kept that going, and that's an example that you see outlined in red. And our diversity message, this to the right at the top, it talks about our commitment about the business and the community race at work charter. Many of our businesses now have signed on for that. And there's a host of activities relative to what we need to do regarding that, but it truly reflects our commitment when it comes to race and ethnicity. And so then maintaining our employer brand during the pandemic relative to candidates, it's been a constant flow of value add content, letting them know of what to expect and how to prepare for interviews. For our employees, it's been a lot of dynamic content and numerous engagement options and the wellness programs that I've mentioned. And for our customers and other audience, it's about making the content available and easily accessible and free. Again, if you think about the portfolio that RELX offers as it relates to LexisNexis and Elsevier, over 25,000 articles have been made available specifically regarding COVID and specifically regarding healthcare, even addressing the gap when you think about COVID and how it's impacting those heavy for those that are persons of color. Tremendous amount of content and research out there and making it free and available for all. And again, when you build up your thought leadership and you have that available in your email signature, that provides a lot of positive sentiment and goodwill, and that has been reflected in our NPS scores as well as the brand sentiment. So remote working and how we are transforming the employee and the candidate experience. So, you know, at the time of the crisis, it's all about how we can galvanize, as I said at the output, their experience in communicating what we are doing, providing the truth behind the situation, both positive and negative, and providing that transparency for our employees. So this is an opportunity when you think about what your EVP is, how you can adjust it relative to remote working. So what we have done, and you saw a little bit about that with some of our messaging, is during this unsettled time, we know that culture appears, that it's more of a virtual culture. It's not as far as what's going on in the office, it's more what's going on in your home office and how you're adapting to that. So what we've found is that whether it's the innovation or how we're agile, like I said before, sharing tremendous amount of content, providing the learning and the engagement opportunities, it's tweaking and adjusting our value messaging as it relates to the crisis. It's what we want to be known as during the crisis, right? The sense of openness and being accessible to our employees, as well as providing a tremendous amount of content and insight and help to our candidates, and then conveying that within our culture. So if we're solving the challenge of being a virtual workplace, culture is how are we doing that? How are we conveying that? And how can candidates see that integrated throughout our message? And one of that is we created a video where we asked our employees to talk about what their experiences were from a virtual onboarding perspective. So we have informed candidates of our preparedness and our way of working during the pandemic, and we have provided candidates also a peek into what that virtual onboard experience is all about. And we have provided this information, obviously, across social media and even within our CRM message as well. And it does, again, give our recruiters another talking point. So lastly, when we look at the team structure and the strategy, and Stefan, I can't see you, and my Fitbit hasn't gone off yet, but how am I for time? Because I did put a timer on that. Am I doing okay here?
Yes, I mean, you have about 3-4 minutes,
Okay.
including the Q&A.
Okay, thank you. So the takeaway here is that the comms hasn't always been for the candidates. We've provided a great deal of content for our recruiters and our hiring managers. We have internal sites, SharePoint sites that provide them with how they can be a better interviewer virtually as well. We also extended our employee advocacy program and optimize our employee advocacy tool to highlight the virtual remote as well as other activities and messages supporting that virtual remote environment. And the summary is that the business divisions have adapted well to the workplace changes and challenges. The feedback has been very positive. Our NPS during COVID has shown significant increases. Key elements that employees have found really particularly helpful have been the responsive communication, the well-being programs, the enhanced management support, and it has really allowed us to make our employee engagement the priority, to scale best practices, and provide the value-added content across numerous channels. So I probably am at time, but you can see some of the takeaways here in summary. It's all about protecting your brand and positively building on your brand, being nimble, adapting, getting the word out, providing that useful content, ramping up social media, focusing on the community as well as your advocates, and maintaining a strong customer support as well as candidate awareness. Just being relevant, agile, and having your employer brand be adaptable to the market changes. So I will turn it back over to you, Stefan. It looks like I did not leave time. I think with a bit of ad lib on my part, apologies. Looks like I didn't leave time for questions.
No, that's fine, Lisa. I do have one question for you. What type of outreach programs were built for managers? Can you give an example of one?
So it's really all about giving them guidance relative to messaging. I'm not quite sure I understand. So we've provided them with the talking points, with the tools, with the message framework as far as what they should be speaking on, whether it's to candidates or to their employees. With one of the tools that we use relative to a culture pulse, that will give us the opportunity to even nudge our hiring managers further so that they can be prompted to ask questions of their team members to keep their team members engaged and informed and aware of what's being communicated. So I don't know if I answered the question. It's about providing them with the comms and the message guidance and the framework. And then with the pulse survey, that gives us a great deal of flexibility to nudge the hiring managers with certain prompts and questions.
Okay, and maybe one last question. You mentioned that career web pages were underutilized. Do you mean internally, meaning on the intranet by your teams, or externally by the candidates?
No, I was saying that first part of the overview was that was survey data, Stefan. So what the survey revealed is that companies weren't using their career sites as effectively as they could to share what they were doing relative to COVID. So what the response is. So they weren't using their career sites to talk about how they were setting up programs to protect their employees, or how they could prepare candidates when it came time for them to join a virtual interview. So there wasn't a lot of content on career sites relative to how companies were responding to COVID. So RELX is, and across all of the business divisions, we are optimizing that. But I was saying that the survey revealed that a lot of businesses are not.
Thank you for the clarification. It's actually very interesting to hear that RELX have been very proactive on this topic. So thank you again, Lisa. You're always my go-to person when it comes to employer branding. So I'm very happy that you were able to spend some time with us today. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Jason Ashlock with LibGen. And I mentioned earlier that the HR function is going through the similar technological transformation that marketing went through 10, 15 years ago. And that's exactly what's happening. And we have, I have the pleasure of having Jason with us today. He's one of the most sought after thought leaders in the HR tech transformation space. And Jason, thanks for being with us today. And I really look forward to hearing what you're going to share with us today. Jason? Yes, okay, you were on mute.
Stephen?
Okay. Yes.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Talking about technology, hey, we couldn't figure out how to unmute you.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you can see me okay?
We don't see, hold on. We do, yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks you guys so much for having me, and really, really excited to be talking to you guys. Great event. And I put my LinkedIn information in the chat. So would hope you can connect all with LinkedIn with me. And I just wanted to say, Stefan, great job in putting this together. The more of these we have as a community, the better we move the space forward. So really excited today to talk about fueling experience with HR and HR technology transformation, which is an area that, as Stefan said, I spend my entire life and our organization's entire life focusing on, really, really focusing on how do we create vision and strategy around employee experience? How do we make sure that we align the HR and people function to what the business is really looking for? How do we make sure we're designing HR for the workforce, not for HR's sake? And then lastly, how do we do that with a digital mindset? And one of the keys that I want to talk about today is that, Stefan and I probably started talking about this a year ago, and we talked about the concept of future of work. And I hope no one's still using that concept of future of work, because we've truly hit the now of work. Pre-COVID, we were talking about future of work. And if you think about whatever happened after Y2K, and by the way, I hope people are using the chat box. So type in the chat if you were in the workforce at Y2K and what you were doing. Because, for example, I was watching a mainframe in Atlanta waiting for it to blow up. Now, we started talking right after Y2K about this thing called Workforce 2020. And most organizations didn't do anything. They just went to the cloud, which I shouldn't say is nothing, but they didn't do a lot to truly, truly, truly start to think about, hey, what does Workforce 2020 mean? And guess what? It's 2020. And guess what? A lot of us weren't prepared. And guess what? COVID hit. And all of a sudden we've shifted from the future of work to now of work. So that's what I want to talk to you about today are those concepts. What you do on a daily basis within your organization. Lori, thank you for playing along, by the way. Hopefully others will chat as well. What you guys do in organizations and what's really, really important are these three things. You come up with a strategy, you deploy that strategy, and then you measure the strategy and sustain the strategy, which is where ROI comes into play. Most organizations, when they deploy experience, are somewhat okay at building a strategy and vision, which we're going to talk about. They're okay at doing deployment. They're better at doing implementation, which is, there's a difference, which we'll talk about. And then as far as treating this thing like a pet, not like a rock, they're not good at it. I'm glad Brian was doing a New Year's Eve bender. That's good to know. Well, that's an experience story for a different time. But really, really interesting to think about. So Brian had a strategy that night. He deployed the strategy, and then he was trying to sustain it. So when we think about that, we as LeapGen have worked with organizations and developed employee experiences for over 10 million employees and counting. And what's fascinating about that is we've done that with this concept in mind. If the rate of change on the outside exceeds the rate of change on the inside, we have an opportunity. And you guys all know that in the last 5 to 10 years, you have much better technology in the palm of your hand than what your workforce gives you. It's much easier to get things done outside of work than it is inside of work. Okay. And that all changed when it became less expensive to have technology on our own than it was, quote unquote, in the office. Now, think about that for a second. That means that your employees and managers have expectations as to how is it to get stuff done here? How is it to get stuff done here? That's different than how is it to get stuff done at work. So when we work with organizations, I always ask this question. It's 2020 outside of work. Okay, as far as how does it feel to get stuff done? How does it feel to drive processes? But what year does it feel like inside? Ask yourself that question and type it in the chat. What year does it feel like inside? For those of you that are wondering, notifications on the iPhone came into being in 2012, 2013. So if you don't do notifications to your workforce, you're probably back there. You know, the iPad came into existence 2012, 2013. Jen very quickly chimes in at 1998, which, we have 2020, we have 2010. Now, interesting that some of those things. We have Laura, I hope I'm saying your name right, Laura, who says 2018. This is so important. It's such an important question because the reason I say it's so important is because this is how your employees judge you. Okay, this is how they judge you. Some of you guys don't know. If you don't know what 1998 was, Mary says 2020. Now, I have no idea who Mary works for, but very rarely do we someone run into someone who actually it feels like 2020. So if I go to your portal or intranet and I say I'm having a baby, what pops up? If I go to your portal or intranet and say I'm moving, what pops up? If I go to my phone as an employee and say I'm having a baby, now what do I do? What happens? What Mary just said, I'm not picking on Mary, Mary just said that it's going to guide that person through the process of how to work through having a baby in an organization, or it's going to guide that person through how to change their address in the organization. I can tell you most organizations we work with, when they search for having a baby, the last thing they get is the journey. And if they really want to find the journey, they have to type in, I'm having a dependent. Okay, HR speak versus business speak, HR speak versus English speak. So really, really important to keep this in mind throughout. What is it where are you at? And that year is how people judge you. Now, the way we think about that, and the way we need to think about that, is to realize that digital is not just technology. So often when people bring up digital, the first thing I think about is that, well, we need to go to IT. HR and people that own experience are not technology IT people. They're business people. Okay? Technology, IT is there to support it. So I always use this slide. Okay, and once again, if there was one slide, Stefan, that I would ask people to tattoo on their bodies as part of taking part of this, and I would ask you to do it in henna, not ink, of course, would be this slide. In order to drive digital experience today, I must do these 4 things. These are the 4 DNA components. I must first have a mindset and vision that's agreed upon and aligned to. Second of all, I must understand how my people work today and how I want them to work going forward. Third, I must not just roll out processes and modules, but truly throw out journeys. And then lastly, once I think about and have that designed, then my experience can work with technology. But if I don't do those things up front, all I'm doing is buying a piece of technology and hoping that somehow it improves experience. And 99% of the time, it doesn't. 99% of the time, it doesn't. So I hope this slide makes sense. As Stefan said, get the tattoo. We count way too much on technology. We blame vendors way too much. We blame IT too much, when oftentimes it's our fault. It's how we're organized as an organization as to how this works. And so often we just do technology transitions versus true transformations. And if I could talk about what that means for a second, a transition, trans means move. So am I moving from one technology to another, or am I truly moving how work gets done? And if I'm doing anything related to employee experience, I have to move how work gets done. A shift from one technology to another isn't going to get me there. So for those of you that have done technology transitions, really, really hard. Nicole's comment, we can utilize technology, but the responsibility is still ours for ensuring the message is received and the person is taken care of. Nicole, I'm going to talk about that. That drives to a point that I'm going to mention called employees won't adopt if we don't adapt. Nicole, employees won't adopt if we don't adapt. Adapt is unlearning, and adapting is changing our behavior and how we work. So when we think about that, we have to end HR technology as we know it, which means technology for HR, and truly think about this focus on the digital workplace. To do that, it starts with mindset. It starts with having this concept of a digital first mindset and realize that where every organization is today. Okay, and by the way, for anyone that wants me to deliver the expanded version of this presentation, I told Stefan I was going to do this, offer it for free. It's an hour, it's to your HR leadership team, and it drills down deep into these concepts. Connect with me on LinkedIn, I'm happy to do it. But this is where we're at today. We're at this point where we're trying to figure out where machines and people meet. And I do it with body parts. There's 3 key body parts: hands, heads, and hearts. What are machines good at? The hands work. What are people good at? The hearts work. Where can we start to blend people and machines together? In the heads work. Okay, that's so key. But if I have my entire HR organization doing hands work, I can never get to the hearts work. Okay, now what does this have to do with experience? Everything. Everything. Because guess what? If I have people answering questions for every single thing, they're going to answer it differently. It's not going to be consistent. It's not going to be 24/7, and it's not going to be an experience that's similar to what I realize outside of work. So to do that, we need to have a vision. And our vision has to talk about the why, not the how. So don't say our employee experience is built on SharePoint. Don't say our employee experience vision is Teams. Don't say our employee experience vision is Slack. Our employee experience vision is why is employee experience important? And what do I as an organization want to be great at versus what is it okay to be okay at? Does that make sense? This is the most important question that I ask organizations every single day, and my organization that I represent asks organizations every single day. What do we want to be great at versus what is it okay to be performing at? By the way, performing is 100%. But what drives my competitive differentiation? It's employee experience. So how do I become great at that? I have to have a vision. And once again, if you don't, I'd love if you guys would tell me yes or no in the chat. Do you have a vision map? A vision map is what you're seeing on the screen right now. It's a vision statement. It's guiding principles. It's a set of how do I want my experiences or attributes to work. And then most importantly, it's how do I measure success? Okay? Measure success is not go live. Okay? Measure success. Measure success is what are we going to use? How am I going to measure success? Kristen, it's not written down. Write it down. It's another tattoo. Vishal, thank you. You're working with LeapGen on this already. Nicole, love this. Take it, do it, use it. Reach out. I'm happy to help. But this map guides your experience. And once you have this, then all of your governance, all of your decisions, you bounce against this. This is an example for a large Fortune 500 that we work with, but I always like to show it because it was very simple, you know, and they'll say, hey, Brian, I see you. Is that really personalized? Brian's like, no. Well, guess what? It doesn't meet our guiding principles. What are we going to do? Hey, Ken's here. Ken, is that really accessible? No. And this is where I need to infuse diversity and inclusion into these things as well. So this guideline, this framework gives me the ability to be agile and realize that I said what I said earlier, organizations have to adapt before people adopt. It gets me to my understanding of my people. And I hope you guys have heard of this. Say yes or no on the chat. Designing for the empty chair. This is a Amazon Jeff Bezos concept I'm stealing, but I have an empty chair sitting here in my office that I use all the time. And I highly encourage you guys in anything you do to think about it. Good, I'm glad you haven't heard of it, Laura and others. If you do this and say, hey, the empty chair is the employee and the manager, is this gonna work for them? So if I roll out something and the first thing someone says is effective date. Hey, employee manager, you know what an effective date is? No idea. Guess what? It's not gonna work. Hey, employee manager, you know what position management is? No idea. It's not going to work. How do I design my experience for the empty chair? And it's not clicks. It's how people work. So if I do that, I leverage, and I know you guys understand this, the concept of personas. Personas are not how many job codes you have. They're not how many jobs you have. They're how many different ways you have people work. We did this with Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has 3 personas: in the air, on the ramp, in the office. In the air, on the ramp, in the office. Here's an example of something we did with Freddie Mac. They have 3 personas also: individual contributor, managers and leaders, and HR. And guess what? Once you know your personas, then you can design. Now, this is a key concept. Processes generate data, journeys generate feeling. Okay, so why do we journey map? Why do we map journeys to processes, why do we map journeys to personas? So that we can truly not just understand what people are doing, but understand how they're feeling. And in today's world, the concept of humanity is so key in making sure that people feel like this is working for them. People feel that they're engaged. People feel that this is natural. People feel that this is frictionless. Because guess what? If they don't feel that, what are they going to do? Abandon. And if they abandon, what are they going to do? They're going to call. And if they call once, what are they going to do? Call again. And then what are they going to do? Call again. And then Anne, I'm just going to pick on Anne because I see her name right here. Anne's going to say, our technology doesn't work. It's not that your technology doesn't work. It's that you didn't map this in a way that makes it resonate with employees. And what I want, you guys, is I want engagement, not enragement. Okay, I want engagement, not enragement. Once again, let me know in the chat whether this works for you. But so many people get enraged. I go to search, can't find what I'm looking for. What do? Call, I'm enraged. I start going through a process. I say, hey, I'm on step 1 of 19. What do? I'm enraged. How many of you ever download an app from the App Store that you don't like? What do? If you don't like it, delete it. How long do you give it? A minute. How often do you go back to see if it gets better? You don't. What if you roll out something in the workforce that they don't like? What do? They don't do it. What do? Call. How often do they go back to see if it gets better? I don't. So when we think about technology in the experience world, we can't focus on minimum viable product. We have to focus on minimum lovable product, MLP. Because I need to make sure that my employees and managers love using this tool so that I can continue to build on it going forward. That gets me into the concept of journeys and realizing that digitization is key. It's reimagination and adding value. Automation is just taking my forms and putting them online. Anyone can do that. I want to digitize, which means I'm going to reimagine and add more value. And people always ask me every day that I do this around the world, they'll say, hey, we're high touch, or we're white glove, or we're blah, blah, blah. I'm like, there are two types of touching. And I'm sorry if you're in HR and I'm talking about touching, but there's two types of touching. There's high touch digital and there's high touch human. I want to decide which of my capabilities and services do I want to deploy in a high touch human way versus a high touch digital way. And if I do that and I define that in a consistent way, I can create the experience that I need. But if I don't do this, if I just let people, hey, we need high touch. Sorry, we're not going to roll out something called self-service, which is the stupidest name in the world, which you should never call it, by the way. All that said, we need to take our time and say, do we want to be high touch digital? Do we want to be high touch human? And have a catalog of all of our capabilities and say, how are we delivering them? In the chat, type yes or no if you have a catalog that says, am I delivering this capability high touch digital, or am I delivering this capability high touch human? If you don't have this, it's impossible to create an experience that matters. Okay? It's impossible to create an experience that matters, because experience alone is, it's just a user interface. I want to make sure that the rest of what I do from a services standpoint ties back. And if HR and the business haven't identified what's human versus what's digital, I'll never meet their needs. This ties back into, how do I make people feel? And here's an infographic from my last book, which basically says I need to deliver a natural experience. Hi, Stacy. Stacy just popped on screen. The right product to the right people at the right moment through the right channel. And I need to do that by not rolling out bare naked transactions. Okay? Bare naked transactions are things like, hey, Stacy's changing her address. She clicks on OK. Then what happens? No idea. My Domino's app here, I can actually look at my Domino's and say like, oh, Domino's. I can see what the pizza's in the oven. Cool. Now what? I can see who's got as a driving standpoint. Ask yourself internally, can employees have that same level of access? And lastly, that leads us to technology. I need to make sure that people understand the experience is not a user interface. Okay? I'll pick on Raj. I just see Raj pop up on the screen. If Raj orders an Uber, he's like, oh, wow, this is so cool. Great user interface. Can go ahead and order my car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But guess what? What shows up isn't the car he ordered. What's his overall experience? Not good. Stacy goes on Amazon. Stacy orders something. She's like, hey, this is a cool user interface. It works fine for me. All of a sudden, what she ordered, which was a pink background, or pink earrings to match her pink background there. All of a sudden, what she orders, she gets blue. What's she going to say her overall experience is? Not good. So the technology alone is only one component of it. It has to be the interaction that drives that experience. And the best way to do that is to help us realize that to drive experience, we need to create a one IV solution that goes from the enterprise to the workforce. So Brian, who I see, Brian doesn't want to have one IV in his arm to roll out performance management. And then Raj doesn't want one IV to roll out benefits. And then Stacy doesn't want one IV to roll out payroll. And then Lisa doesn't want one IV to roll out communication. Guess what? My arm's bloody from all those IVs. I want one IV. And guess what? Whether I'm pushing finance, expenses, travel, communication, process through it, I'm able to get to that all from one place. So at the end of the day, you have to create this mindset. Okay, you must create the mindset with the HR leadership team and the executive team. You must think about how do your people actually work, not who they are, but how they work and how we want them to work. We must think about our processes and say, HR people work in processes, employees work in journeys. And lastly, if we do that, the technology is the fuel that allows it to happen. But the only way this changes is if you change. Okay, so adaptability. The key to adaptability is unlearning. Right now, we have this magic time where we've shifted from future of work to now of work, where we need to adapt. We need to unlearn and truly take advantage of this opportunity we have for us from an experience standpoint. So at that point, what I'm going to do is pause. Any questions whatsoever, love to have them in the chat. If this was helpful, let me know in the chat. If you hated it, let me know in the chat. If you want to throw tomatoes at me, let me know. I'm not sure you're going to do that in the chat, but do it. But open for any questions. And like I said, I'll make sure that my LinkedIn is here again. I'm happy to do this presentation in more detail. Stephen knows that I usually speak longer than this. So, to do it in a short period of time, I left out a lot of content, but tried to get as much of it out there as possible to at least give you the takeaways so that as part of the event that you're putting on today, you can use it going forward. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Allison, for the feedback, and Brian. Any other questions or comments?
I'll ask one question, Jason. I mean,
Please.
thanks again. Thanks for the energy and all those tough questions that you're asking everybody, because it's really thought-provoking. So one question I have is when you engage with a company on the HR transformation topic, who do you talk to? And when it comes to the implementation, is it just HR? Do you work cross-functionally? How do you assemble a team to actually make it happen?
So HR, thank you, Hal, for the comments. HR transformation is work transformation. It's not HR transformation. It's really work transformation. And that being said, we engage with CHROs, we engage with CIOs, we engage with CFOs, and ultimately what those people really want is one experience across the board. They don't want an HR experience, an IT experience, a finance experience. They want one experience. So great question. So when we engage with the entire organization. Now, every organization is a little bit different from a pace and tempo of change. Some will start with HR and let's just change how HR works. And then we'll show finance. And then we'll show IT how to do this together. Other organizations will say, hey, we want to do this all at the same time. It really, really varies. But I'd say the key that's most important to it is remember you have one employee. Okay, just keep that empty chair in mind. And I don't want to have the employee have a finance portal, an HR portal, an IT portal, a legal portal. Because guess what? They shouldn't know. Does that make sense? They shouldn't know what department they're talking to. If I wanted to find a boy band, I say, hey, play me, what's a boy band? Play me Boys to Men. Okay, and guess what? Siri's going to play me Boys to Men. I can't believe I couldn't come up with that. But I didn't say, Siri, 1990s, boys, band, pop, blah, blah, blah. I didn't walk through a menu. I just asked for a question. And that's the other big thing I'd say that we're really shifting to is from search to answers. This is providing me answers. And that's what I want to make sure I'm providing the workforce is answers, not search, not documents, but true answers so they can get back to the jobs that we hired them to do. That's ultimate employee experience.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you again. And as Jason suggested, if you guys want to connect directly with him, go on LinkedIn and connect with him. We know that with COVID, everything has really taken a toll on our people. And we know that we're going to have to bring back people together, if not physically, if people decide to spend a few days or even work completely remotely. But we need to bring back those people virtually and physically and especially emotionally. And we're going to address all those different topics around conscious capitalism and putting people first and conscious bias everything else so that, you guys can learn from some of our experts on the panel on how really to pay attention to our people, how they're feeling, and create a workplace that is much more inclusive to the people, and where the people are at the center or at the heart of those organizations. So our moderator today is Brian Moore. I've known Brian for a couple of years now, even a bit more. And first of all, we really share some of the same beliefs, and that's why I'm so excited to have him on the panel today. He's a true, real good human being. And a couple of years ago, we did a podcast together, and we talked about leading with love. And that's really, if I had summarize Brian's personality as a leader, that's where he showcase every single day is how can we lead with love. So with that in mind, Brian, the stage is yours. If you'd like to introduce our panelists today and take it over. You need to unmute yourself. Here we go.
There we go. There's always that interesting delay between the time you unmute and it gives us the ability to unmute. So thanks, Stefan. Good morning, everyone, or I guess good afternoon, depending upon where in the country you are tuning in from. I want to give a shout out to everybody that has preceded us today. It's been a great day, and love everything Jason, if he is still with us, that he was just sharing. I feel like it's a really, really good lead-in for the panel. And we have no slides, at least nothing that I'm aware of. So for those of you that are tuning in, you get to stare at talking heads and little tiles here on the screen for a little while. I am really, really excited to share some time in a conversation with three unbelievable individuals, and I want to introduce them. I'm just going to go alphabetical by first name, some method to my madness. So I'm going to start with the one and only Ann Rhodes. Ann is one of the original pioneers in creating and nurturing values-based cultures. Her experiences span some super well-known organizations like Southwest Airlines and the Promise Hotel Corp, which also many of you probably know as DoubleTree, and of course JetBlue. She is the author of a timeless book called Built on Values. And it provides an amazing blueprint for how organizations who are truly serious about creating, nurturing a values-based organization, how to do it, like step by step in every aspect of the business. I've known Ann for probably 15, maybe even 20 years. And, just in addition to her storied career, she is one of the most down-to-earth, compassionate, caring, and just amazing bright minds in business. So it's just a thrill to have her. And, if you ever get the chance, and she may kill me for saying this, but if you really want a thrill, jump in her car as a passenger. She has a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and Ann likes, just for fun, to drive on private golf courses with her Jeep, not golf carts. She likes to just take the Jeep and just go for a ride on the golf course. So if you ever want to really upset some people and have a good time, I'm sure Ann would be up for that. And you don't even need cocktails for it. Like, it's just awesome. So Ann, welcome. Great to have you. Our next guest is Raj Sisodia. Raj, for those of you that don't know him, and I hope that number is none, if any, is the co-founder and co-chairman of Conscious Capitalism. If you are not familiar with Conscious Capitalism, boy, this is going to sound awful, but I'm going to say it anyways. I'd like you to lift up the rock that you've been hiding under. It is a global movement whose purpose is to elevate humanity through business. And I have been intimately involved and have had an opportunity to spend a tremendous amount of time with Raj. He has authored some amazing books, just a few. Conscious Capitalism, which he co-authored with John Mackey, the co-founder and CEO of Whole Foods Market, a book called Everybody Matters, which he co-authored with a gentleman by the name of Bob Chapman, who is the CEO of an organization called Barry Waymiller, and his most recent work of art, which is truly a work of art that is years ahead of its time, that he co-authored with a gentleman by the name of Michael Gelb, is called The Healing Organization. So in addition to being an author, he actually has a day job, and I want to get this right. He is the F.W. Oehler Distinguished Professor of Global Business and the Whole Foods Market Research Scholar in Conscious Capitalism at Babson College in Boston. A little personal tidbit about Raj within the Conscious Capitalism community. He is known as the Energizer Bunny. This man has logged more international and domestic flight miles, and he might even give you a run for your money given your JetBlue and Southwest experiences. I mean, this guy travels everywhere and is he's the light, he's the ambassador of the conscious capitalism movement. And he also introduced me to his cooking abilities. He is, if you are ever in need of a world-renowned chef of a particular cuisine called chilas, which is an Indian food, Raj is your guy. And I have to say that as he was making it, I was a little freaked out, but I got to tell you, they're fantastic. It's this pancake looking thing, and it's delicious. It's at breakfast, lunch, dinner. It's one of those any meal of the day kind of things. Raj, welcome. Great that you are with us. And last but not least, my newest friend, and Stacy, I hope you don't mind calling you a friend, a diversity, inclusion, and career strategist. Stacy is the CEO of an organization called Rework Work, which is focused on helping employers really dismantle all of the biases that exist within the hiring process, as well as helping individuals and guiding them to find the role that will really just light them up and create the most value for them and the people that they are there to serve. She's created some super popular LinkedIn learning courses covering topics like resume writing, unconscious bias, making career transitions and career changes, as well as diversity, inclusion, and equity in the recruiting process. And all of those LinkedIn learning courses have amassed well over 1 million views. So some of the most popular LinkedIn learning courses that you can find out there. And I don't have any personal stories about Stacy. We just met about a month ago. But what I can tell you in the very short time that we've known each other is her passion for creating and making a measurable difference in the workplace is undeniable. So Stacy, great to have you with us. What an amazing panel. Stefan, thank you for gathering us all together. I want to invite the audience that at any time as we go through this conversation that you have questions, please throw them in the chat, send them to Stefan, send them to me. We'll be keeping an eye out. I've got a whole host of questions and I can keep us busy for the next several hours, but I want to make sure that we're addressing some of the things that matter most to you out there in the audience. So that's request number one. Request number two, because Raj and Ann and Stacy bring such different perspectives of where they've been spending their time, I had a hard time creating questions that were universal to all three of them. So I've created some questions that are unique to each of them. But Raj, Stacy, Ann, if at any time you want to weigh in on one of the questions that wasn't necessarily directed for you, have at it. Like, this is an open forum. And, we're going to follow the serendipity of the conversation as well. So we may not stick to the script. We'll see what happens. So there you go. There's the preface. I've had a lot of coffee today. I'm feeling good, and let's rock and roll. So a question for everybody, for all three of you. And Anne, we'll stick with the alphabetical by first name. So I'm going to invite you to go first. The question is this. This year's been crazy. What's one new habit or a routine that you've picked up this year?
So it's very personal. I have 4 siblings, and we are spread all over the country. And they also have big families. They have very busy careers. And it's pretty rare that we all get together, let alone speak each week. We didn't. One of my siblings suggested at the beginning of COVID that we start twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week actually, to tell each other what's going on in our lives and to make sure that we tell each other we and their family, ourselves and our families are doing well and are safe and happy. And we have started it and decided we're going to continue it the rest of our lives, I hope. It's been absolutely terrific. I've learned more about them in the last few months than I actually knew before. I love it.
That's awesome. And who knew all it would take is a global pandemic to encourage us to get to know our family members better. How about that? I love it. I love it. Raj, new habit, new routine, something that you've picked up over the course of the last 7-8 months of 2020.
Well, a new thing I've started, I think it's been about 3 months, is this intermittent fasting. You know, the 16 hours off and 8 hours on. I think if you're at home all the time and not too far from the kitchen, it's a large temptation, you know. So I had to put some structure around that. I thought it would be harder than it is. It's not that hard, you know. You stop eating at 8 p.m. and then you don't eat until noon the next day. So gone are the days when the breakfast was the most important meal of the day. I think now you skip that altogether, and I think it helps. I like it.
Very nice. And I know from firsthand experience, seeing you, that this new intermittent fasting has yielded an entirely brand new wardrobe for you, which has been fantastic. Not that the old one was bad, but you know, when a new regime comes in, you know, things change. Yeah, the new regime.
That's an inside joke.
Yeah. Sorry, inside joke. Thanks, Raj. Stacy, how about for you? New habit, new routine.
Yeah, for me, it's actually yoga. I always thought, like, oh, yoga, who does that, right? And apparently now, I do. So I started it because I have just been so busy, and I needed to be able to relax, but I also needed to exercise. And it's kind of good for toning and everything. And so I thought, oh, I'll kill two birds with one stone, because I have very little time, but I do need to find at least 30 minutes a day where I can just center myself. And so it's great because I get that time to just stop working, stop thinking, and do something that is for me.
Very nice. Awesome. Love it. Love it. So one more question for everybody, and just again, just to give everybody a sense, hopefully people can draw a connection with you guys. What's one of the more exciting or inspiring projects that each of you are working on right now? What's something that just has captured your head, your heart, your soul, and has just got you springing out of bed every day? Stacy, why don't we start with you, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So for me, it's actually working on writing a book. You know, I wrote a book, oh gosh, I can't believe it's like 7 years ago now, around interviews. And so that was well received. People really liked it. I actually self-published that book. But I connected recently with someone from Wiley. And so it's a little early to provide a whole lot of details, but I am working on writing a book that will be published by Wiley, and so I'm very excited about that.
Awesome. And is it an interview book that looks at the interview both from the candidate as well as the interviewer, so the interviewer and the interviewee perspective, or is it more focused on one side?
So the one that I wrote in 2013, yes, that's it. It's actually 99 questions to ask and answer. So it just runs through a number of different questions that interviewers should ask, interviewees should ask, and also ones you shouldn't ask. Whereas this new book will be around, unconscious bias and really how to institute diversity inclusion into your organization and create an inclusive workplace.
Awesome. Anne, how about for you?
We actually have formed a partnership with CaptureNet, which was one of our clients, and they wanted to start giving free webinars about how to build work from home groups that are actually call centers. They do it in healthcare, and of course, JetBlue's had it for 20 years. We started it years ago, and they wanted to do a step-by-step how you build it. And so we've offered it to the healthcare professional associations in every state. So far, we've done Georgia and Texas, and we're doing some other state by state to the healthcare professionals, how to do these work from home call centers.
All right, awesome. Raj, please.
Well, I'm also starting another book. And this one is different because I've never actually written about my own life and my own personal experiences before. And so now, having turned 60 a couple of years ago and doing a lot of introspection. So this book is actually, it's called A Return to Innocence, Awakening to Purpose, Inner Peace and Healing. And it's everything that I've learned. It's kind of a 12-step thing. The path includes 12 different things that I think if we were to think about each of those and try to, it's things like know yourself, love yourself, be yourself, etc. So I'm really excited about that. It's a whole different experience to actually write in a personal vein rather than be the objective professor all the time.
Well, I am anxiously awaiting that, Raj. That is going to be an amazing book. So thank you. And thank you, all three of you. So Anne, I want to actually use the call center example that you just shared. You know, I don't know that it's common knowledge, but JetBlue has had a huge work from home, you know, group, right? For probably 2+ decades. And so you have a tremendous amount of experience seeing work from home, and or WFH, which I think probably gets the 2020 acronym of the year in the business world. I think for so many folks, this work from home reality at this scale is incredibly new. So with, you know, 20+ years of experiencing it through JetBlue, what's some of the best advice, insight from those years that you can share with folks who again are likely experiencing this at this level of scale for the first time?
Very interesting. Do you know, we started it because we actually started our call center in Salt Lake City. And when we started hiring, they started asking us, and many were women with a number of children. So think about Salt Lake City, very large Mormon community. And they started saying, is there any way you can build something where we can work from home? This was 21 years ago. And so we said, why not? So we worked with them, and we actually found that the most important thing you do is hire first a great manager, and a manager who lives the values of the organization and behaves in a way that really is positive around those values. And the most important thing we found out in terms of competencies, you had to hire a manager that over communicates. While every morning on the screen, our values go across the screen when you turn it on at home. And today we have thousands, by the way, of people in our call center. We've won the actually awards for it for 13 years in a row, which no one in the airline space has ever done. But we win #1 for communication and for call centers in the airline business. And again, for 13 years, because we've hired the same people we would hire would they be inside. We hire for values and competencies and behaviors. And so I will tell you, the most important thing you do is not only to hire a good manager, but to set those KPIs. People have to know what the expectation is. And so you have to have the same expectations you would have if they're sitting next to you. Really important, and it keeps them excited. We over communicate every day. They see the metrics and how we perform the day before going through the computer the minute they turn it on. Very basic things, but you need to have a plan. It's about a systematic approach, not just because all of a sudden we're home, just let it happen. You need to go back and put in place all those systematic pieces.
So just maybe a quick sort of follow-up that just occurred to me. When you set it up in Salt Lake City, you know, you had this focus on making sure you hire great managers who do over communicate, who are fully aligned and can demonstrate a behavior pattern that is indicative of alignment with the values. Given that managers today, some of them, who were so used to managing in person and having that direct line of sight, I'm just curious, any experiences, advice, insight, thoughts around as the managers have now had to transition? Maybe they were hired not necessarily with that intense focus that you've just described. Any thoughts around things that they might be able to do, or that the folks who are joining us can help their managers with, you know, to respond and really adapt to what's been thrown at us?
Well, obviously the managers are getting a whole new host of issues and problems that are coming up, especially because today, not only are they having workforces that work from home, but there are challenges for the mothers who are home, who are having to homeschool. So it's very difficult for people today and very challenging. But what we do is we actually have a manager's call every day, and we talk about the issues so everyone gets to experience the solutions. And we talk about what is working, what's not working. We've actually built that into the model. So every single day, the leaders talk to the managers of the teams and actually learn from each other. I think you have to, again, make that systematic. It has to be done daily, at least to start. We think now we can maybe do it every week or every few days, but you have to find a support system for people, because those managers are learning how to manage each other at home too.
Awesome. Awesome. Stacy, let's talk about unconscious bias for a moment, or maybe more than a moment. You know, it seems every, I don't know, 2 to 5 years, there's some new buzz phrase or topic that reaches a level of mainstream awareness. And at least for me, in my little part of the world here in the Southwest, a handful of years ago, that topic was indeed unconscious bias. What is it about that topic that has thrust it into the mainstream, in your opinion?
I would say, you know, I created an unconscious bias course for LinkedIn back in 2016. I started working on it. So it's been 4 years. It got published in, I don't know, maybe 2017. I forget exactly when. And so I think that right now it's trending because, you know, and I was going to say that the recent murders, right, of Black men by police. And I thought, well, I can't say recent because we know quite a few Black men and women have been murdered since George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. So I think that the global attention on that, those particular incidences were stark, right? And they were right in your face. You saw it on video, and it was something you can't ignore, right? You really have to be, as you said earlier, living under a rock, right, with both fingers in your ears and your head in the sand to have not seen what was happening. And so prior to that, right, we've gotten a little momentum and some thoughts around unconscious bias when we looked at the entertainment industry. So everybody watches movies, everybody watches TV, and when you know, Crazy Rich Asians, you know, Black Panther, right? There were a lot of spotlights on lack of BIPOC actors, right? And the hiring of white actors to portray non-white people, which was like, wow, that even that is happening, you know. And then you looked at like the Me Too movement that's going on, the 2016 election where we got to talk about grabbing female genitalia, right? We got into the Women's March, like all of these things. And when you just keep adding them and piling and piling and piling on, at some point, the straw is going to break, right? The dam breaks and people go, okay, this is ridiculous. Enough is enough, right? And so I think that these events sparked that conversation and the realization that unconscious bias is running rampant everywhere with everyone, and we have to manage it. And so that's where people started saying, okay, yeah, we need to start to do something about this. And, you know, this was a great time to plug the course on LinkedIn, right? Because it's available right now, free of charge, no cost. You can go watch it. And I think that a lot of people have been doing it. Like I want to say about 40,000 people have watched it in the last 45 to 60 days, because it's eye-opening for people. And so something like this, where I think, oh, this is so simple, we should all know this. There are still so many people who don't understand what unconscious bias is, don't understand that implicit bias and unconscious bias are the same thing, and also don't understand, well, if it's something that's innate in us, right, then what's the point? Why are we doing this? We can't change, right? And that couldn't be further from the truth either. So I think that there is just a lot of thought. There's some introspection right now happening and saying, wow, we need to do better. And I'm happy to see that companies are taking the time to have these conversations, and not just have the conversations, but then take some action afterwards.
I want to follow this for a second, and I want to invite Raj in and maybe a little bit of a curveball, but I know, Raj, you're used to hitting curveballs all the time. When I say the phrase unconscious bias, I'm curious, connecting that to what I think we would all agree has been this gradual awakening that us as human beings are at different places in all of our individual journeys, but becoming more conscious of all of the surroundings that are happening right now. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on unconscious bias, and perhaps tied to just the general, like the human journey right now, where we've come from and where we're at today.
Well, I can share some thoughts. I think it's very true that we are in a continual process of awakening, and that has happened in an accelerated way. Recently, I'm reminded of James Baldwin's quote that not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And I think we are facing up to the reality of things that were already always there, but somehow they were not visible to a lot of people. And I think they are becoming visible. The suffering that has existed for a very long time is now front and center. So I think we are awakening to that. We're seeing things that we perhaps were filtering out somehow earlier, and I think that's a wonderful thing. That's going to continue. Now, having awakened, then of course we have to, uh, as we said, as Baldwin said, then we have to figure out how to change it. Now that we're aware of it. So I think I'm reminded of Bernie Glassman from our healing book. He started the Greyston Bakery, and he uses the Buddhist principle of bearing witness. And if you truly bear witness to the suffering that's out there, then loving action will naturally arise. You will know what to do in response to that. So I think this is a moment when a lot of that is happening. So in a way, we're going to look back on this period, despite all of the challenges and difficulties. I think this was probably the period of our greatest growth. And in some ways, this virus can be a medicine with everything that has come together around it.
So staying on this for a second, Raj, and sort of, I think maybe taking a walk back down memory lane for a moment in your own career. And as you were earlier in your career teaching marketing, you had an awakening of your own, and this internal struggle of what you were teaching didn't settle well with you just your inner sense of this can't be what marketing is all about. It can't be all about, hey, let's just go spend billions, if not trillions of dollars in marketing and advertising, while consumer loyalty and consumer trust had an inverse correlation to the amount of money that was being spent. And so at some point, your way of teaching began to evolve. Share a little bit about sort of that, if there was a moment or that period of your academic career early on when you just knew that there's got to be a better way.
Yeah, so when I decided to do a PhD in business, it was kind of an accidental thing, actually, the way that happened. I got my MBA, and I found out that you can do a PhD, and it was a way for me to come to the US. Back then, I had lived here as a kid. So I got a PhD in marketing, but then the story of business around profit maximization, shareholder value being the only purpose, and in marketing, we end up sort of studying the customer to figure out how to get them to do what's good for us in a way, and maximize market share and consumption and all of that. It never really sat well with me, and I started to focus on marketing ethics in the beginning. I said, wow, there's a lot of unethical marketing going on out there. And then I started to look at the magnitude of it. I said, it's like a tsunami of marketing that goes on in the US. And so I started to look at the efficiency of that and the effectiveness of that. I said, wow, what are we getting for, in 2004, $1 trillion of spending on marketing. And that was the GDP of India that year. And I said, 1.1 billion people are managing to survive on what we're spending on ads, coupons, and junk mail, most of which goes straight into the trash. I mean, we're cutting down forests to sell you air fresheners, right? It just seemed a little bit insane to me. And so my research really in the beginning was focused on what's wrong with marketing. And in a way, as Joseph Campbell said, you follow your heartbreak, right? And you follow your bliss. I was really in a place of heartbreak. I could see all of the problems and challenges. And I started to ask questions like, what are we getting, not only for companies, but for customers and for society? Who's benefiting from this $1 trillion? And the answer really was nobody, ultimately. Society actually was paying the price for that. Overconsumption, sort of a debasing of certain things, like using women's bodies to sell all kinds of products, contributes to eating disorders and body dysmorphia and depression. Marketing to kids and others. So companies were getting poor returns, society was being hurt, and customers didn't trust marketing. So all of that led me to finally turn my gaze towards what is a better way. We know that the normal way, the default way, doesn't work. As you said, spending more and more and getting worse outcomes. So then I started to look for a better way, and that eventually led me to the book that became Firms of Endearment. And what I really the turning point moment for me was when I was writing the stories of some of these companies. And by the way, it started by saying which companies don't spend much money on marketing and yet their customers love them, right? And Whole Foods and probably Southwest and JetBlue and many of these companies fall into that category. And I started to, when I started writing some of the stories, I knew that something had changed because I suddenly had tears of joy that I experienced for the first time in my life connected to work. I said, I've had tears of frustration and anger, but never tears of joy. I said, I didn't know that such humanity and love can exist within a for-profit public company, the kinds of stories that we were writing, So I kind of discovered the elixir in a way, I felt. And I was now from that point on following my bliss. And Joseph Campbell said, somewhere between there is your purpose. So that was really a turning point for me. And then when we saw that their financial performance, and JetBlue was one of the companies, as was Southwest Airlines, from that list of 28, I saw that their financial performance actually was way beyond the other companies or the average company, which was a shock. We said these companies are focusing on their purpose and they're taking care of all of their stakeholders, and they're investing in the environment and in their communities and paying taxes at a higher rate. Maybe they don't make as much money for shareholders, and maybe that's okay if you look at a total value creation. And we found they outperformed by 9-1. Right? So it was like, wow, there's no downside to this, and there's only upside. And so, as you know, that then led to the conscious capitalism movement and everything else for me. So yeah, that was a big turning point, and staying open. I wasn't actively searching for my purpose, but I knew what I did not want. I didn't want to be a market warrior anymore, just out there trying to conquer, competitors and put on your mask and armor and go do battle in the marketplace. To me, business is about love and care. It's about us caring for each other, and we can do that at scale when we have a company. We can't care for each other, beyond a certain number. But so it's a very different story, and I know Anne has been living that story for many, many years. So it's great to see.
Yes, it is. Well, I could obviously talk about this topic for a long, long time. I want to make sure that we tie some of this to Stefan's the gathering here today around employee experience, and make sure I don't go too far off the path.
Well, and I just want to.
Yeah, please, Stacy, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Stacey. Yeah, I just want to just to what Raj just said, right, which is caring for people, and I think that's really at the end of the day what we have to do. We have gone away from the workplace being a place that you go, you punch in, you leave, right? It is our social place. It is the place where you have to actually care about the people that you work with. And if you don't care about the people you work with, the diversity and inclusion work that we do is completely going to be useless. It won't work. And so I think that what he said is really important, because without that, that mindset, the work that I do is not going to work.
Caring is a soft word too, but it means a whole lot. As Stacy said, when you come to work for a place, you can tell whether they care about you from the minute you apply. It's not even, I think early today, I think it was Lisa who said something about watch your website. Make sure it's inclusive. Make sure everything about the experience, even before they become your employee. One of the things we did at JetBlue is we storyboarded how we wanted the experience to be before we hired the first person. And I think companies have to look at that caring element, because if you care about them, you build loyalty. And frankly, it's an experience the customer even notices. Look at right now, Southwest and JetBlue are going through some of the toughest times they've ever gone through. For the first time, those two airlines are having to have people laid off. And they're not calling it layoffs. They're only doing early retirements because they don't want to lay anyone off. Southwest is the only company for 50 years that has never had a layoff that I've ever heard of. So now they're doing a very high-end early out program. Instead of the typical layoff, instead of the typical furlough, they're doing it differently because of what Stacy says. They care, even in the toughest situations, they care about their people. It's easy to show people you care about them in an easy situation when you have a lot of money and you can afford all these things for people. What's tough is to watch these companies now and how they handle this situation. How do they care and continue to take care of their people even in a tough time? This is when the values show. This is when the right behaviors of leaders stand up.
What all of you have just shared reminds me of, I wish I could attribute this quote. I don't know who said it, but the best definition of culture that I've ever heard is culture is who you are as an organization on your worst day. And what you just said specifically about how these organizations are responding in what is arguably the toughest situations they've had to deal with is a true representation of who they are at their core. Around the notion of employee experience, I want to tie this to the HR people profession. I think the world we've come from, and perhaps the world that some organizations are still living in, is a world where the people policies were designed in a way that essentially treated everybody equal. And it was done from a position of risk mitigation and keeping the organization out of trouble. It's this notion of just treat everyone equal, and that way we'll never get in trouble for disparate impact. Yet, and I want to direct this to you, Anne, at least to start with, you've been a huge proponent of this notion of treat everybody fair, but it doesn't have to be equal, because what's equal for one is not necessarily equal for everyone. Share more about that notion of treating every individual fairly, but not necessarily equally.
Well, and again, I think this is a perfect time to think about this. I have always believed in fair, not equal. And I say that, for example, let me give you one of our clients today is in Colorado. He's very busy. Their company has huge growth right now. And they did what everyone did during COVID. We all went home to work. But when Colorado opened, he told his senior team they had to come back to the workplace. Now, one of their senior members, who's about to become their CFO, has tried to have children for years. This is a public story. He's told everyone. So he's tried for years to have children. They had two that did not make it. They now have a third child, but he has a heart problem. And he specifically does not want to go back to the work environment because his spouse wants to make sure that obviously he doesn't bring anything home because of the baby. So the CEO said, well, I cannot have only some of the team come back and not have him come back because he's so critical. And what we are working with them and what we explained is you need to treat him fairly, not equally perhaps. This is an exception you make because that person needs you to make an exception. They're an A player with your values, with all the competencies you need. Do you want to keep that A player, or do you want to say you have to treat everybody equally? So he did not come back. He's working from home. And as they said, he is performing at an A player level. He's doing everything he needs to do. And he said he won't leave that employer because he is so pleased that they let him be the exception. Make exceptions for the right reason is the point, and keep your A players that way. Stacy gave an example of having to be on a call as a leader of an organization at a time when, I believe, Stacy, you were talking about everybody had to be on a phone call, but you had little ones you were starting, they're working they're going to school at home. And I've had more mothers tell me, well, how can I be on a call at 8 o'clock in the morning when I'm just getting the kids ready to be at home and do their virtual work? This is a time we really need to think about what we need to do for individuals, not necessarily across the board rules.
Yeah, and I think what you're talking about, Anne, is, when you say fairness, it's equity, right? And I think that's when you look at exactly what falls into, diversity, inclusion, and equity. It's why we talk about DEI. And so I think that's exactly the point, is looking at people's individual situations and treating them with equity to help them get to that place that does then have everyone performing at their best.
So Stacy, and this is a question, Jason, who just presented right before we all joined, was talking about towards the end of his presentation, our collective ability to unlearn. And it reminds me of one of my most favorite quotes by Alvin Toffler, which is the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who can't read or write. It will be those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. From where you sit, what you do around DE, as well as just helping folks who are looking for, making that right next career step, collectively, what do we need to unlearn or relearn in business today as it relates to the work that you're doing?
Yes, that is an interesting question. I think that if I had to pick one thing, it would be perspective. People need to really see that their perspective is not the only one. And they need to see what it's like for individuals who've overcome adversity, they've worked their butt off, and they've still succeeded. But because they didn't succeed in the way that business leaders expect, or they didn't take the exact same path that those business leaders did, they don't see that success as valid as their own. And their success gets discounted. And so I think that perspective is so needed. We've got to stop looking at everything through our own lens and really look at what others are doing to see how different that is and how these other experiences are just as valid as our own.
That's a big question. Anne, Raj, any thoughts on that?
I totally agree. It is perspective.
Yeah, I think it's mindset, mental models, having a growth mindset, which I think all connects to that, because there are so many paradigm shifts that are happening or need to happen. And without that openness, I don't think we can embrace the new. Then we have a fear of change rather than embracing that change.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Los Angeles, right? And so there's a beach city called Manhattan Beach. Some of you may have heard of it, right? It's a very high-end area. Most of the houses there are $1 million and above, right? Like probably average house price is about $4 million. And I saw a statistic just this morning. Literally, I'm scrolling through Facebook, and I have a friend who's very much into social justice. She does a lot of work in this. And she said, 100 Black people are 120 times more likely to be arrested than white people in Manhattan Beach. 120 times more likely. And I thought, wow, you realize how crazy that statistic is when you realize how few Black people there are in Manhattan Beach to begin with, right? So if you take those two statistics and correlate that, like that, you're talking just ridiculous numbers in terms of the increase in basically just walking around in Manhattan Beach as a Black person. There's a high likelihood you're going to get arrested. Why do I bring that up? Because when we talk about perspective, for the white people that live in Manhattan Beach, if they hear that somebody got arrested, they're going to say, well, of course they must have been doing something wrong, right? But if you look at the perspective and you really think about, is that really the case? Maybe they were just jaywalking. Maybe they just happened to be out, right? Which is usually what happens. So like those are the kinds of things, when I say perspective, it's also looking at, stop looking at it just through the experience that you have. Because if you look at these other things, rather than discount them, start to question, why is it that way? Why is this happening? Why do these things keep popping up, right? Rather than to keep discounting them and finding excuses for it and coming up with all of these platitudes. Because at the end of the day, really what we're trying to, where it relates even to work is, it's like when you succeed at work and someone else doesn't, don't assume it's because you're so much better than they are, right? Because that's kind of our perspective. We go, oh, I'm good. I did a really great job. But you're working in a system that is specifically set up to help you succeed, right? Whereas others are working in a system that was specifically designed to prevent them from succeeding, and still they're getting through and succeeding. So we have to look at that. We really have to look at those systemic issues within organizations. And that's the kind of work that we're doing. We're trying to get people to change their perspective, take a look at those issues that are happening within their organization, and dismantle those systems so that we can make them equitable, as Anne was saying.
Stacey, I'm curious how, based on all the work that you and your team are doing, I would imagine there are some organizations out there who are hiring you who are doing so more from a, I need to check this box mindset versus those that are truly interested in embedding a new way forward around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Have you been able to identify a particular an aspect, a mindset, a way in which they approach it that helps you distinguish who is who in that? If I look at it just from a binary standpoint, like the box checkers versus the I really want to be a part of making change.
Right. We ask a ton of questions. You know, we want to know what their diversity, inclusion, and equity strategy is. And many times the answer is, right? You know, it's like, who's involved in that strategy? Who's actually bought in to making that strategy happen? Do you have a small group of people that are trying to drag an organization forward, or do you have the CEO who's pushing and helping and paving the way for individuals to make this change happen? You know, so we look at who's spearheading it, right? Have the employees been consulted? Do they understand what's happening? Who's contributing? Even the way that people answer these questions tells us a lot, because if there's pauses, even on Zoom, we're doing these calls and you can see someone's like, they look at the other person like, oh, that's a good question. We haven't really thought about this, right? It really helps us to understand that. And we also look to say, is this part of the strategy? Are you trying to get us to come in and just give you a webinar or a one-time workshop? Or are you really inserting us into a full, well thought out strategic plan? And if not, then what we do is we back people up. We go, all right, stop the bus, let's back up and let's get back to creating a plan and helping with that process.
Today's a really, really monumental day. And Raj, I want to direct this at you. Today happens to be the 1-year anniversary of the Business Roundtable declaring their new definition of the purpose of a corporation. It was 1 year ago. It was August 19th, 2019, where roughly 181 of the largest CEOs of companies that we all know finally decided to put in writing that creating value for the entire stakeholder ecosystem and moving beyond the profit maximization motive is why organizations must exist today. So given the monumental date that today is, and combining that with, I think, another really big tectonic shift in Larry Fink's couple of years annual letters to the CEOs of BlackRock's portfolio, of how important integrating a sense of stakeholder value creation as well as a higher purpose beyond profit maximization. These two shifts have been huge, and I'm curious now, you know, a year later from the BRT statement and you know, a couple 3 years into Larry and BlackRock shift, I'd love your perspective, and frankly, Stacy, and yours as well. But Raj, starting with you, is this lip service? Are we making progress? Like, what can we take from this right now?
Well, you know, when you first said it's a monumental date, I thought you meant it's the 100th anniversary of women getting the right to vote. Although, was that yesterday or too much now?
That's what I thought too, but then I was like, yes, yesterday.
It was yesterday. Yep.
That was yesterday, and I think there's another one next week then Congress finally did. But anyway, so that's a momentous thing. Maybe the two are connected somehow as well, I think, to some degree, because we are starting to now look at it in a different way. I think business was a manifestation of a very masculine energy. Right, it's all about the numbers and achieving winning and that kind of thing, and the caring, nurturing, compassion, empathy, which is the more human side of human beings, was left out. So I do think that was a significant. In fact, I just saw a piece yesterday by the head of the Business Roundtable on the 1-year anniversary, talking about what many of those companies are, not just lip service, that many of them are actually doing things, and this pandemic has raise the bar and raise the stakes as to having to step up, and many companies have stepped up, I think. So I think we are in the midst of this paradigm shift, and I don't think this is a yo-yo kind of a thing. I think this is a sort of a step function change here, and I liken it to our Berlin Wall moment. You know, I was in Berlin last year for the Conscious Capitalism Europe conference, and we actually were right next to the Berlin Wall, our hotel. And if you think about what the world was, November 9th or whatever the date was, 1989, one day before and one day after, you woke up in a different world. And what is that tipping point moment? Was it the roundtable statement? Was it the Davos Declaration around stakeholder capitalism? I think all of that, if it's not already happened, it's going to happen. We're right in the midst of that. I see very few people now trying to make the narrow case for business, that we should only focus on this one thing. We only care about this one constituency, and everybody else is a means to that end. We have seen what that has gotten us. It's gotten us financial prosperity to an extent, although it turns out that when your shareholder maximizing mindset actually does not result in higher shareholder value, as we know. So, the cost of that have become apparent. So I think it's a matter now of survival for our planet, for capitalism itself. I mean, if we continue down that path and use that language and that way of thinking about it, all these sort of latent energies around socialism and the young people in many countries now getting so frustrated with traditional capitalism that they're sort of flirting with those ideas. We know that that doesn't work, but we could destroy capitalism if we don't change it. So it's a survival for our planet, for capitalism, and for companies. Companies that don't change like in this way will not be able to attract customers, will not attract employees, will not attract investors going forward. So it's high time, but we do feel, and as you know, Brian, we've been part of this movement, so it's kind of getting to the place where everything we've been talking about for a dozen years now is starting to become conventional wisdom. That's what happens when a paradigm shifts. First people say you're crazy, and then they say, well, obviously that's what it is, right? How can you argue any differently? So I think we're in the midst of that. Maybe we can disband conscious capitalism in a few years.
Well, and Brian,
go ahead, please.
No, I totally agree. It should be automatic, by the way. But it gets back to the values of a company. I just had a recent conversation with BlackRock, and they actually had a paper inside that was done about perhaps investing in companies that have the right values, have the right composition of boards. I mean, they have a whole, as Stacy talked about, they have a whole strategy around really making this happen. And BlackRock was adamant about it. They happen to be a big owner of one of the boards I sit on. So we wanted to talk to them specifically about what this meant. And that paper that was done internally is about values and behaviors of an organization. And they want to start seeing it in proxies. They want to start seeing it everywhere. They want to see board composition be different. I mean, I was very proud of them for being such a significant player in it going forward and being very specific about what it meant in terms of board composition, in terms of shareholder value. I mean, it's got to be about the values and the behaviors of the organization, not words on a wall. How do we behave? How do we get the results? I'm with Stacy. I'm tired of hearing about it. I really want to see the results. I've been the only female on many boards I've sat on, and yet we always talk about being diverse, and we always talk about being in various areas diverse, but you've got to see it to believe it. And it's time we start seeing it. And that's what BlackRock is talking about, or what they told us.
Yeah, for those
Sorry, I
of
have allergies today.
No problem. For those of you that aren't familiar with BlackRock, one of the largest investment organizations on the planet, I think $7.2 trillion of assets under management. And for their CEO, Larry Fink, to come out for a few years now and making these strong declarations is indeed, in many ways, someone who's putting their money where their mouth is, which is, again, a really, really good sign. I want to open this up to Stacy, Ann, and Raj, and I want to borrow Raj's most recent work of art, the Healing Organization. And I think, Stacy, the work that you're doing, particularly around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and your work around values and the importance that they play at all levels of the organization, help with clarity of decision making, and Raj, of course, helping to elevate the practice of capitalism to something that is much more around stakeholder value creation and long-term in its focus. I think all of these aspects that you are individually so passionate about are all in many ways geared towards healing and healing all of the suffering that exists right now. And at the end of the day, I think all of us would agree, I hope everyone in the audience would agree, there's a tremendous amount of suffering happening in the world right now that we have an opportunity to address and to heal. And, Raj, your James Baldwin quote is a wonderful one. We are facing these, I think, by and large, and now the opportunity is there. And sort of as a closing, I guess, request and question for all three of you as you think about your respective areas and think about it from a healing lens, just some sort of final remarks or words from each of you around that topic of the opportunity that we have to make a difference by being of service to others, by focusing on what can we do to help heal the suffering that exists in, again, each of your respective areas of expertise and passion. So whoever wants to go first.
Well, I'll jump in and go first because I'm not sure this is healing. So I'll let Raj and Anne kind of smooth it over after. Because I think in this work, you know, I have to agitate, right? You can't heal. The wound is still open, right? The pus is spilling out. There's no healing happening just yet, right? We still got to clean the wound. I think that's where we're at. So we can't get to healing just yet. And I think that it's important that we recognize what phase we're in of this work. And I think when you try to jump too quickly to healing, you're smoothing over, right? And you end up glancing over and really missing out on key pieces that need to be taken care of. And I think one of the things I really want to address, because there are so many individuals in HR and who are hiring and running businesses, that is important, and that is tokenism, right? Because right now what we're dealing with is everyone wants to hire a chief diversity officer. Everyone's saying, oh, we've got a position open, let's put a Black person in the role. Great, I guess, for those individuals, but I want to just remind people that tokenism is when we're adding, right, a person of color to your interview slate, only to prevent criticism and to give the appearance of equality in the workplace, but you're not actually really planning on hiring that person, right? And I think that there's a pervasive idea that if we include one or two individuals of color in our candidate pool, that you did your job. And that's a great start, and so I can wash my hands of it. I did what I was supposed to do, and that's not enough, right? So I want everyone to hear me loud and clear and say, that is not enough. If that's what you're doing, I want to be like the little devil on your shoulder. Like every time you do it, you'll hear me say, all right, that's not enough. Because what's happening is if you don't have at least 3 people in your pool or in your interview slate, you are actually highlighting how different these people are. If you have 10 men and 1 woman, you're highlighting how different this woman is because she stands out as the sore thumb. So I think it's really important that we look at these and that we, 1, have an actual desire to want to have true diversity, and then 2, that we actually do it in a way that will end in diversity rather than eventually end up harming it along the way as we go. So I understand that did not answer your question, Brian, but I just figured that this is something I really wanted to make sure that people heard.
No, I think it's great, and it's exactly what it's what you're passionate about. I think it's great. It's absolutely great. Anne, Raj?
I would just say I also think we need to start emphasizing that boards need to be as diverse as everything else, as every other part of the organization. We forget sometimes. It is so important to start with the board, and they need to hold everyone in the organization accountable. I'm with Stacey. It has to be results. I don't want to just see more of the same or hear more of the same. I want to see diversity of in any way you can, gender, race, thought. I want to see age too. You know, boards are composed of a lot older people. I want to see diversity of age on these boards because these boards have a lot of power to make sure that those organizations really do well. We're now starting to look at millennials. We're looking at putting customers on boards. We're looking at putting actually employees. I always wanted to put a pilot on the board of JetBlue because they are the one who's having the experience in the organization. So we need to start with some of the people that oversee these organizations being as diverse as they want the population to be. It starts at the top. I would just say that we need to start looking at who, when you invest in a company, look at who's running it. Look at what if they say they're diverse, then look at their board. Yes, I should have said, or a flight attendant on the, not just pilot. Sorry, I just saw someone say, well, what about a flight attendant? I would have taken a flight attendant too.
Well, I would certainly concur with all of that. But there's one, I think, huge blind spot I feel that many companies have, and we write about that in the Healing Organization, that there's a kind of caste system. You know, I'm from India, and one of the worst things I think about the Indian societal structure is the caste system. You're born into a life that's defined by, which caste you happen to belong to. And that's still quite true. I mean, it's less than it used to be, but if you look at most companies, there's a caste system between the full-time, college-educated, salaried, professional, people with benefits, with leadership development plans, with all of that, right? And then you have the 85% of people who actually do the work, most of whom are hourly paid. And many don't have a college degree, and they don't have benefits. And there's about 100 million Americans working. It's almost 2/3 of the workforce, the working hourly jobs. And I think we've seen the statistics that 40% of people have less than $400, in the bank, and they could not meet a $2,000 thing within a month. So there's a tremendous amount of suffering. So when companies look at the overall picture, it looks like one thing, but when you break it down by these two categories, and you see the level of suffering is so much greater in that second category. Financial, but even otherwise, there's no real respect and dignity for them. There's no real concern about what's going on in their life. And we actually do some of those things for the other category. And so I think focusing on the well-being of everybody, including that category of people, giving them the opportunity to grow and evolve. I just read that Bank of America has committed to a $20 an hour minimum wage by next year. That's getting towards where we need to get to. So I think having a deeper commitment to that, not only financially but also in terms of growing people and enabling them to lead decent lives is a big part of it. So we call it the parable of the pothole. Your CFO hits a pothole and it's no big deal, right? The car gets repaired and she comes back and everything is great. One of your hourly workers hits a pothole and it's a life-changing event. They don't know how. They've got $160 in the bank. How am I going to fix that car? How will I get to work? How will I take my kid to daycare? And they get no sympathy and no help. And I think that's, if we want to look at where we can reduce suffering, I think we can start right there. Within the family, there's a category of people who are not cared for. So that I would start there.
Yeah, that is so deep, Raj. Like the difference, right? Socioeconomic difference, and how it highlights like the huge difference between individuals. Yeah, I got tons of things I want to say about that, but I know we're at time, so.
Yeah, I know we have unfortunately hit time, and just Stacy, one comment I'll make on that, and Raj, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that particular story about the pothole comes from an organization called Apple Tree Answers, if I'm not mistaken, Raj.
That's right. Yeah.
And it is one of the dozens of stories that are told so incredibly well in Raj's most recent book, The Healing Organization, and so many examples of uplifting humanity and how these companies are doing that. So just a plug for Raj there.
By the way, that company took the turnover for the hourly people from 118% a year down to 16%. By caring for them and by understanding their life and what they are dealing with, and just as you say, bear witness, and then loving action will naturally arise.
Well, Stacy and Raj, what a gift this has been for me to spend time with all three of you. I'm truly grateful. This just a wonderful conversation. Stefan, I hope we came close to hitting the mark of your goal with the conversation. I realize we sort of swerved around a little bit, but I hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. There was one question from a friend of mine, Jennifer, in the audience. Jennifer, I'm going to connect you to Stacy if that's okay. Jennifer has a very specific question for Stacy, and if it's cool with you, just connect you two through email. What I think is a really important question. So I'd be more than happy to make that connection. Thank you, everyone. Stefan, I'm going to turn it back over to you, my friend.
Well, thank you. Just one word for me to summarize that conversation: brilliant. So thank you, Anne. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Raj, and thank you, Brian. It was very insightful, even emotional discussion at times. And thank you so much for again bringing out the conversation that how it is important for people to care for one another. Right. So with that difficult transition, but I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Kevin Croes. Kevin is the founder and CEO of LeadX. And early on, we've talked about the customization of the employee experience, that we just cannot treat the same employees as the same bunch of people. They have different aspirations, different needs, and so forth. And we talked also about the technology and how the technology is impacting the employee experience. Well, Kevin is going to talk about bringing in artificial intelligence and most specifically AI-powered micro-coaching for employee engagements. Kevin, you with us?
I am indeed. Was waiting for that that unmute, and certainly is a tough act to follow. Incredible conversation and a tough transition from such a heartfelt, emotional approach, which is certainly what we all need, to a hard cut to the future, including AI. But we're going to do our best. And if I could just confirm, looking at the agenda here, I believe I've got until about 15 minutes after the hour if I want to keep you on schedule. Is that right?
Well, let's plan for 20 minutes as we discussed. So you have until 12:20 p.m. or so.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds really good. What I want to do is really talk about employee engagement specifically. And let me move this Zoom panel over here. And, I've been working for 30 years now broadly in the field of employee engagement. 30 years means it was before we even had the term employee experience. And even with the term, I think it's to get at an engaged colleague, an engaged coworker, an engaged team member. Engagement, I define it, and I know there's different definitions, which is why I so like to get clear on mine. Engagement is just the emotional commitment we have to the organization and its goals. Of course, when we care, when we're committed, then all those great things come from it. We're certainly going to work harder, but we're also going to work more safely. We're going to stay in the organization longer. And I started and sold several companies focused on leadership and engagement. I was one of the early partners at Connexa in the late 90s. We sold a lot of employee engagement surveys, and I think that I've sold a lot of snake oil. And I say that because over the years, I sold a lot of employee engagement, employee experience surveys, and that's measuring it, but it doesn't necessarily make it get better. Measuring it does not automatically make it get better. And similar with leadership development, which is, leadership is a passion of mine. Leadership development, the training, doesn't always get applied back in the field. So this idea of, can we coach? Can we use AI-powered coaching to drive engagement? Can we add something to that mix of measuring it with surveys, developing our leaders to make it sticky? It's a simple story. I probably don't even need the 15 or 20 minutes. If you think about what is the number one driver of employee engagement, according to Gallup, they would say 70% of the variance in employee engagement is tied to who your manager is. It's all about the managers. There's that old saying, you join a company, but you leave a boss. Now, others have challenged Gallup's research. There's a lot of different research studies out there. The most recent LeadX study done earlier this year, in our last study, we saw about 50%, about 50% of engagement is correlated back to who your manager is. So whether it's 50, whether it's 60, whether it's 70, whatever that number, we know that the manager, who's the filter, the leader, who is the filter of your experience, is a big, if not the biggest driver. Now, specifically, what is it that managers need to be doing? What should our leaders be doing? Again, there's a lot of different models out there, right? 10 different engagement companies will give you 10 different drivers of engagement. But most of the time, if you look under the hood, someone's calling something growth and development, and others are talking about career progression. Often it's more of the label that changes. And again, in the spirit of trying to be helpful, for those of you who aren't so familiar with the drivers, and just to be clear in terms of what my most recent experience has been in the area, we did this study in May, over 500 different companies in North America. And we put these in rank order of how much they correlate to engagement, how strongly they drive the employee engagement results. And, future vision, which we measure by my manager articulates the organization's goals and strategy, psychological safety, my manager creates an open and trusting environment. These are all things that can be seen as manager behaviors. Number one most important variable is the manager, and these are 12 behaviors in rank order that we saw in our May research. It's no surprise that future vision, especially in a time of the pandemic, feeling good about the future. Boy, if you can get me to feel confident about my organization, about our growth, about the security of my job, that's worth a lot. For the first time in my 30 years of looking at the data, meeting efficiency, how well my manager runs meetings. Am I being brought into too many meetings? Do they waste my time? Is this difficult Zoom meeting effective or not? That has emerged as a higher dominant factor than even one-on-one meetings, accountability, recognition, although it's close. That was an interesting study. So again, the question is, how can we help our managers? We want to improve engagement. How do we help our managers to lead in this way? For all of you that have a training and development background, this is no surprise. They call it the knowing-doing gap. Knowing-doing gap. Just because we know how to do something, just because we've been trained in a classroom, in a workshop, doesn't mean we actually do it back on the job. We might forget. That's a common problem. We might be motivated to do something else. I'm paid to hit this deadline or to meet this quota, but I'm not bonused on my employee engagement scores. So there's different reasons, but training isn't enough. So we measure it. Hey, Kevin, you are in the middle of the pack in terms of team engagement. You got to do better. And here's 12 behaviors you need to do to get your scores up. And we're going to teach you how to do them. And it still isn't enough. And what we've discovered over the last 3 years is measurement is good, training is necessary. We need to shift our focus from instructional design to behavior design. It's less about learning, more about doing. How do we think less about the retention of leadership development, leadership concepts, and more about just turning those into habits? And this whole idea, Josh Burson and others talk about training in the flow of work, learning in the flow of work. And we think that's right. But we think about, instead of thinking about micro learning, it's really micro actions. How do we support our leaders to encourage them to do things on the job? And the model that we've been working with when it comes to AI is, our goal is always to try to create, and this sounds weird, I know, a digital twin of each manager. Now, there's a lot you can do to encourage behaviors, even if you don't know a lot about each manager, but the more you can personalize it, the better. So when we create digital twins, it's basically just creating a profile, a data profile, saying, hey, what level are you in terms of leadership? Frontline, middle, or senior executive? What are the training models that you've been taught in? What is your personality? What are your strengths? What is your current performance in terms of your last engagement survey? And or what's your leadership model? What's your 360 data telling you? The more we can learn about you as a leader, the more the AI engine can tailor, can personalize the results. An example of this is, if I'm dinged on my engagement survey in terms of, Kevin, you're not doing a very good job with feedback. Okay, I need to do better with feedback. But if my personality is such that I'm highly agreeable, I really value harmonious relationships, I'm going to have a hard time giving feedback. The problem is probably I don't give feedback enough, or I delay it because it makes me uncomfortable. if on that same personality trait, in terms of agreeableness, if I'm low in agreeableness, that means I'm a challenger. I don't really care about harmony. I don't care about your feelings. I care about truth, facts, objectives. Well, I might be bad at feedback because I'm giving you feedback all the time, but it's not very helpful. It might hurt your feelings. We might have a relationship problem. So the more elements that we know about the person, the more personalized the digital coaching can be. Now, there's two aspects to the sort of robot coaching, AI coaching. One are behavioral nudges, and the second is actually a coaching plan, micro coaching plan. I think at this point, most of us are familiar with the idea of behavioral nudges. You know, it's just a simple idea that in this particular case, nudges delivered to your phone. We are in task mode. We are thinking about hitting our numbers. We're focused on things rather than people. Our phone buzzes it. We grab it because we all do. We're all addicted to it. And it's that interruption. It's that reminder that says, in one of these cases, you know, hey, let's see, down here for engagement. Hey, Kevin, today ask a team member for their opinion on an issue or decision you're facing. People want two-way communication. And I would be delivered that nudge because my low score may be communication in that employee engagement survey. You'll see other nudges here related to personality, strengths, competencies, but feathering in engagement-specific nudges is going to remind me, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be improving my engagement score because I don't like where I ranked compared to others in my company. Here's the specific issue I'm trying to get better at, two-way communication. And here is an actionable thing I can do. Oh yeah, I can't show up with all the answers. I need to ask other people's opinions first. It's about two-way communication. Nudges are sort of a known thing here. The second thing then is to have a prescribed program where each manager picks the one thing from their employee engagement survey to get better at. So instead of a grab bag action plan, instead of an action plan that they come up with and it's on a piece of paper and they never look at it again, co-create an action plan based on what they want to do. They need to take ownership. They need to be motivated. But our platform, of course, is driven by that AI. People who score the way you scored on your engagement survey, these micro actions have improved their scores in this area. And we call it 12 and 12, 12 things to do in 12 weeks. So if you're doing a pulse survey, it can be renewed with every pulse survey. It takes about 66 days to make or break a habit. So that's another reason why we like to go at least 12 weeks. And now this is just a sample topic of driving results, being results driven. But you'll see that while micro learning can be elements in the overall plan, more broadly speaking, these micro actions are the same things that executive coaches might encourage you to pursue. So it's completing a behavioral contract to improve your commitment. It's about getting social support. It's about doing some mindset checks, challenging your limiting beliefs and getting awareness, reflection activities, positive reinforcement. So a variety of things that will help you to break a habit and or form a habit. Now, the way this is delivered is, again, ideally in a mobile environment. That's where we're addicted. That's where everyone's going. It will work, of course, in a desktop environment, but our research shows 3 times more effective if it's delivered through mobile phones. And so the idea in the, we call our robot, we call Coach Amanda. It's running on an IBM Watson platform. But the idea is to deliver these micro learning resources, micro nudges, and micro action plans all in one mobile place. Now I've logged in just to the website version, and this is just the idea where if I have here a micro action plan related to engagement, it's been created for me. I've accepted and approved it. Here is complete the motivation engagement behavioral contract saying I'm going, commit to this goal. And I can always get the worksheet to do it, just like I might complete a behavioral contract with a human executive coach. there happens to be a micro learning, couple of actions in the first couple of weeks. Here, new habit, begin each team meeting by recognizing someone who deserves it. Read the LeadX gratitude habit worksheet if you'd like more information. So again, if I've been given the feedback in my engagement survey that I need to do a better job of giving recognition, this is giving me one new thing to do this week. Start each team meeting by giving recognition to someone who deserves it. And the idea is like at the end of my week, Coach Amanda will come back and say, hey, Kevin, leave a reflection in your coaching journal, a 1 or 2 sentence takeaway. Did you do it? If not, why not? If you did do it, what was your takeaway? How did that work for you? Simple reinforcement activity that anyone who's worked with a human coach would be familiar with. So the idea is do one thing, not learn about, but one thing every week to make an impact on employee engagement on your team. I want to, with the minute that's left, again, I've done a lot of different things in 3 decades, and I've never seen anything so effective. Up until recently, we didn't have the mobile phone technology to do something like this, to put a coach in someone's hand. We didn't have the AI technology. So for the first time in history, we can learn about an individual manager, take her results from her engagement survey, and then deliver nudges and micro actions to focus more on the doing than just the learning about it. So I think we've got just a couple of minutes open. I hope this is an interesting idea, interesting concept for people to relate to. And please hit me with your questions. I've got a chat window up here. It's looking like. I know I went really fast with our minutes here. Is this only an organizational tool, Nicole is asking, or is this for self-development as well? The tool is available. Like you could just download the app, and there's a lot of leadership content and leadership nudges and leadership micro actions. But of course, it won't be tailored to your employee engagement survey or your workplace personality instruments, et cetera. So if it's rolled out through the organization, it of course gets hyper-personalized based on the organization's frameworks. But you can certainly just try out the app yourself and see in a generic way, get some generic coaching from Coach Amanda. Mike is asking, fascinating, how do you find openness to coaching in general? So yeah, Mike, I'm a junkie about this stuff, and we did a study showing that when people are offered at no cost, when managers are offered an executive coach at no cost to them, hey, would you like to have an executive coach to work with, someone who will make you better? 80% of the people said, yes, I do, and 20% said no. So even with a human coach, even with a no-cost human coach, not everybody wants a coach. Not everyone wants to get better. And I would say our experiences in large organizations, motivation is, of course, always going to be the #1 key. And so if employee engagement, if there aren't carrots and sticks driving that motivation, only about half of your managers are even going to care about the survey or the action plan or getting better, no matter how you deliver it. Doug Kuehne, former Campbell Soup CEO, he ended up firing a big chunk of his managers in year 3 because they just didn't care about engagement. And he anchored, was one of his 4 cornerstones, was employee engagement as part of their performance review. So I think that regardless of the technology, not everyone's going to want to get better or be open to coaching. If you are open to it, people have been very receptive. Again, we find on average, managers are talking to Coach Amanda 8.2 times a month, far higher than the number of times they're logging into that big content catalog that you've got in your LMS or whatever it is. So people are engaging with Coach Amanda. They are moving through often in advance their coaching plan. And, when companies measure results, as you can see, it's the leader habits change and the engagement scores change. So the results have been quite good. What other questions or thoughts do people have? Probably time for one more quick one. Kevin, when tying engagement to performance, what do you do when you have many disengaged team members that you may not be able to engage? Mary, it's a big question. I think, at a team level, what I always say, I always get people, leaders who come up and say, Kevin, I think I'm doing the 12 behaviors right. And I've got good engagement scores, but there's just that one person I can't break through to. I just can't seem to engage them. And what I always say is, you're doing everything right. Don't worry about that person. And it sounds hard, but that person, it might be a hiring mistake. That person might have been hired in with the right skills and it's a culture mismatch, or maybe something's going on in their own life. It's not all about the manager. It's not all about the company. People have to want to be engaged. And so if you're doing the behaviors and getting good feedback on your behaviors and your overall score is high, then I think you just keep doing what you're doing. And there's not a whole lot you can do about actively disengaged folks. You're better off looking at that middle group, the ones who are neither engaged nor disengaged, and move them over a little bit as well. And happy to follow up with anyone who didn't get a chance to or wants to go deeper with the Q&A. So that's my time. I know I'm at the limit, and I'll hang around for more questions. I'll hand it back to moderator Stephen.
Yeah, Kevin, we still have about 3 minutes left. So I have one question for you. Is there a minimum size for an organization to use that AI-powered tool?
There's not a minimum in that we've aggregated, sort of the nudges and practices and things that correlate to engagement. So you'll get, I do think that overall, people are people. How we want to be engaged, again, it goes back to the 12. We want to feel encouraged about the future. We want psychological safety. Most of that goes group to group, company to company. I think that if you've got a small grouping, you just might not be doing the employee engagement surveys in a way that gets you the results that can feed that AI engine. You'd still see benefits from the general, like the wisdom of the crowds.
Okay, makes sense. Any other questions for Kevin? Please use the chat. Will you share your email address?
Yes, love to. Kevin at leadx.org, leadx.org, and I just typed it in to the chat window as well.
Awesome. Any other questions? Who usually do you work with in organizations when you implement this tool?
Yeah, well, what's been interesting, and people who know me know I'm fairly unfiltered. I think it is a shame that most organizations, the employee engagement group is totally separate and siloed from the leadership development folks. So often when you're talking to employee engagement, employee experience teams, you'll say, hey, there's a way to improve the scores that you're getting. It's about coaching and developing the leaders because they're the number one variable. And usually the employee experience folks will say, oh, you need to talk to our leadership development folks. We're not in charge of making the leaders better. We're not in charge of making the scores better. It's about measuring, it's about measurement. And then when we go to talk to leadership development folks, they say, oh, this is about improving employee engagement scores. That's those folks down the hall over there. That's not our job. We're just training managers in management, topics. So we tend to bring both of those groups together, leadership development, head of leadership development, head of employee experience, to say, look, there's a room for this new robot coaching that neither side's really got a lot of experience with. And then what we often will find is often there's a champion. There's someone who's curious, someone who says, hey, I'd like to try something new here. We think we can, we've improved up to a level and hit a plateau. Let's see if we can take it to an even higher level. So we like to marry the two together.
And that's the biggest challenge is when it comes to designing and implementing an EX strategy is the different parts of the companies, the different departments working in silos.
Yes, it's such a challenge, right? I know you face it too.
Any other thoughts or questions for Kevin? No, all right. So you have his email address. So if you want to reach out to him directly, please do so. Kevin, thanks again that was a very interesting, very powerful presentation.
Thank you so much. Hopefully it piqued everybody's curiosity. The future is here today. Thanks so much.
It is, yes. It's the now of work, as Jason put it early on. Thank you,
Thanks.
Kevin. So I will turn it on to Ken Oehler from Kincentric. Ken, are you still with us? Yes, you are with us. Just for some closing comments. Let me unmute you. You should be ready to go.
Here.
Can
you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to share my screen. I have been listening intently this whole day, and it's been just an absolutely fabulous day. I learned so much from all the speakers. What I've tried to do is summarize the thoughts of everything I've heard today, and that may have been a very unwise move, but I've been taking lots of notes from everything I've heard. And so what I thought I would do is the concept of, a few things came up a lot today, and the concept of agile was mentioned. People use that word many, many times. And so what I thought I would do is try to orient some thoughts around the concept of agile. So, at the core of agile and design thinking is this concept of empathy. And employee empathy is also at the core of employee experience. We heard this over and over again, that it is about the employee. And if we think about using agile techniques in employee experience, one of the things I'll put in front of you is I think, if you look at what the Fortune 500 is spending on the employee experience, whether it's across comp and benefits, technology, real estate, whatever it may be, going back to this concept of everything that affects employees across their life cycle, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 trillion, probably conservatively $5 trillion. So when companies are applying agile techniques to software development, there's usually big dollars at stake. So I thought I would sort of raise that awareness to everybody to think about and ask yourself the question, how much is your organization spending on employees in comp, benefits, learning programs, leadership development, technology, real estate? How much are you spending on employee experience, and what are you getting for it? And how might it be improved if you apply some of these agile techniques? So here are some thoughts and some summary from some things we heard. So agile starts with a problem statement. So what we've heard is over and over again, we heard about COVID and things going on with racial injustice and societal change that's putting significant pressure on organizations. So companies need an essential virtual diverse workforce to be productive, engaged, and drive value. And employees need to feel well, safe, included, connected, inspired, elevated, and have frictionless experiences. So we've got to, and this is all in the context of a rapidly moving, ever-changing environment with COVID and virtual work and so on and so forth. So if you go from the requirement to design, this concept of co-creating for the now, for the future, and this concept of, so if we have this problem statement, in Agile, there's this how might we concept. So starting with the employee and co-creating, well, how might we solve this problem? How might we allow employees to feel more included, safe, well, have their energy unlocked, have frictionless experiences? How might we do that and deliver value to the organization? And how do the answers to this change when we think about segments and personas and using these concepts of jobs to be done? And this design concept, when we talk about listening, I think moving from generic engagement surveys or engagement as a KPI or culture as a KPI to surveys and pulses as listening, curious mechanisms to talk more about not what the current state is or descriptions of the current state is, but prescriptions of what it could be. So designing and using listening and co-creation for design, really important. And when you get into development, there was this concept that Jason Ashlock talked about, is building the platform. This concept of bringing these things together, bringing customer experience, purpose, culture, your value proposition, total rewards, technology, real estate, building a platform. And again, doing this through co-creation. Now, testing, I think this is a really important thing. Jason Ashlock said a couple of things that were really important. This concept of minimum lovable product, I really love. Not minimally viable. And when you're listening, and again, using surveys to listen and test, like we just implemented a beta product or a minimum lovable product. How did it go? And have the courage to rethink, redesign, or just stop. I think that the employees would love it if we could just reduce the noise rather than throw more stuff at them. And this testing part is going to be so critical. Now, deployment, I think this is where the rubber hits the road, and this concept of integration and delivering a feeling, and the integration of leadership. And we heard so much about leadership, caring, connection, candor, compassion, and HR being really critical, and HR transformation, integration, digitization, that all these things have to come together for a cohesive experience that's about the feeling. And then iteration in your review, and having it be about the outcome, not the deployment, but asking the question, have we actually delivered the intended employee experience that we've been talking about? Did that feeling come across? Is that outcome actually happening for employees? And then finally, back around, adapt, because it'll change again. It'll change faster than we think. There will be a vaccine at some point. Companies will rethink their virtual workforce again, and there will be new challenges. And even before then, the experience changes day to day, hour to hour, and how we enable organizations to act and react and do this in an iterative way is going to be critical. And if we don't, I think it'll be impossible to really deliver on the promise of employee experience. And the final thought, I would say, in order to do this, what we're finding is the best practices is mindset. And we heard this concept of mindset several times today too, that it's about staying curious, empathetic, and really obsessive about the employee. I think it's a really, really exciting time for employee experience. I think what's clear is the past, 2019 seems like a million years ago at this point, and the practices of 2019 seems like a million years ago, and we can't go back, and the future is ahead of us, and I look so forward to what happens over the next few years and next decade in the space of employee experience. And I think everybody that was on the call today will be the leaders in this space. Thanks a lot.
Awesome, great summary. Thank you, Ken. And I would just say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Kincentric, with Ken, LiveTracks with Brian, our community partners, Best Companies AZ and LibGen. And I just want to share a quick word on Live Guides. We talked about the well-being of our employees being affected by COVID and by the social unrest, people struggling, the conversion of working from home and life work and personal work, supporting our employees inside and outside of work. And Live Guides is exactly what it is. It's leveraging peer-to-peer support to help your employees navigate through the day-to-day stressors and the big life challenges, so that in turn people are more engaged because they're not distracted by things that happen outside of work, and they're fully engaged and more productive and even more resilient at work. So thank you for all our speakers, because this could not be possible without them. And thank you for all of you to be with us today and stay with us for 4 hours. That was long but very insightful content. So thanks again, everyone.